Alright, hello. One sec. Give me a few minutes or so. Just gotta do something real quick. I'm here, but one sec. Gotta do something. One sec. But yeah. What's it called? Yeah, I've been pretty, how to say, occupied? Shit. Occupied this, like, past week. So yeah, we're just like, it's gonna look like on my channel, like, what, 4 Ace Attorney streams in a row. Oh well, it's fine, whatever. I mean, I've done that before, I think, with other games, like, just like, yeah, here's just a bunch in a row. But again, it's like, well, I mean, in this case, it's like, it's over like 2 weeks, so not like exactly like I did 4 days straight of this. Well, yeah, like I think I've done that once with like Tales of Xillia. I've done that once with Tales of Xillia, where I just did a whole week of that one game to like wrap it up. Haven't done that since, I think. Hey there, welcome. But yeah, and also, what's it called? I'm not sure exactly what I want to like start next. If that makes sense. Like, what's it called? Part of me was thinking of like maybe like one of the RPG Maker-esque games I want to play at some point. It's just that I don't want to blow out my throat. I don't want to like blow out my throat because like this game already has me reading a lot. Like reading on screen, I mean. So, and then obviously RPG Maker games aren't voiced, so I'm gonna be reading that. So I don't want to be blowing out my throat with like 2 games that make me read aloud more often than not. But yeah, and also part of me is like I'm looking forward to seeing like how this game develops. Like, we got obviously the thing with Kazuma last time. Like, we find out, yeah, Kazuma is still alive, and then what's it called? Kazuma's still alive, and obviously he knows that his father was the, well, supposed murderer with the professor. That's it, yeah, the professor case from like 10 years ago that scarred, also that got Van Ziek's brother killed, and then obviously it made Van Ziek's the man he is today. So what's it called? That seems to be like the main focus. Like, honestly, like, it feels like, what's it called, the game is gonna do something where it turns out Kazuma's father didn't actually do anything. I can see them doing that. Like, oh, it turns out what's it called? He was turns out he was framed or something. Hey there, welcome. Got a new hotel. I see, yeah. Hopefully it's better than the last one you were staying at, you mentioned, with like, I think cost twice as much but no searches. Ah, okay. That's good. That's good, yeah. Intensely murdered, calling it. I can see that, because like the guy just got shot. No, you don't even know why he got shot. Like, what, some guy, like, it does seem like he was, obviously his death was faked, that they probably wanted to like bring him back to Japan. Like, yeah, we'll try you for this and then you can just leave. Like, just bye. We'll fake your death and then we'll send you back to Japan. No harm done, no hard feelings. But then, yeah, someone just went up and shot him. So, I wonder. Like, if it's gonna be a character we know, I'm like super suspicious of Strongheart. Like, I don't know why Strongheart would kill him, but Strongheart just seems super suspicious. That I wouldn't be surprised if Strongheart is like the final, the big bad of like, how to say, the finale, like, lost case person that we have to like implicate. Look, that sounds bad, but you know what I mean. What's the idea for your just a random stream? More like I don't know what I'm streaming. Right. I talked about my schedule. Yeah. On the 7th, not 7th. No, not 7th. Let me double. I put 7th. I don't mean 7th. I meant Wait. Let me check it. Did I say 7th? 11th. On the 11th, I'm not sure what I'm streaming yet. It might be. I don't know yet. That's pretty much why. I'm still thinking of like what game I'm gonna stream like that I have. I mentioned like if I don't like I was thinking like an RPG, like a short like game or something like that won't last too long. Like maybe like 1 to like 4 streams really around that range. But I don't want to blow out my throat playing games that I have to read. So I'm still thinking what I'll do then. I'm not sure. Yeah, I just put stream when it's like I know I'm committing myself to streaming that day. Just I don't know what I'm streaming that day. Pretty much. So I'm still deciding what I'm gonna do. But yeah, game day don't want to read. I'll see, because like I have a more like read aloud. It's just that a lot of games I play have me read aloud, or like there is like I'm gonna start AI vs Somnium Files 2 after this game, but like I don't want to have like 2 like story based games at the same. I didn't like not story based, but like story heavy games, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still deciding. But at the same time, like part of me doesn't feel like playing an action game yet, as I just finished Code Vein, so I don't know if I feel like playing an action game either. So I'm still deciding what I'm gonna stream. I have a bunch I could stream, so a game I own. I have a good number just in the backlog, so I'll see. Honestly, it might just be like something I read aloud, but I don't know yet. Alright. Okay, I'm done. Alright. Let's get to this. Let's get to it now then. Continue. Alright, Case Episode 4. Forbidden Shelf Forgotten Games. Good place to start. Pretty much. Like, my Steam backlog. Like, I made like a spreadsheet. Well, not really spreadsheet. I don't know how to code spreadsheets. Like, there probably is a way to, like, make it sortable easily and whatnot. But I made, like, a really rough spreadsheet of, like, a list of games to play. But yeah, honestly, like I think it's also with me, it's like I don't really have a game that I can just jump into in terms of like how to say, like how like some streamers like play FPS games like Apex, Valorant, or whatever. Just like play something like hop on kind of game, like just play that and just chill. Well, not chill, but like you know what I mean. A game like that where it's not like linked to like, you know, a game that you can just play here, there, that's it, cool. It's not like a continuous series game really. I don't really have one I could play like that. Maybe Ligma, like Fall Guys. I don't mind Fall Guys. I haven't played it much, but it is fun. I like Fall Guys. But like games like that, let's see, cause yeah, I'll see. Like what's it called? I like football games as well. I don't have the current iteration, but like I'm kind of looking to get this year's upcoming one off that comes out like September or so. But I don't know if I'll stream it. Like it just seems really like off-brand. If I like just play like a football game or something like that, it just seems funnily off-brand. Like, cause that's like honestly like one game like just like you know, it'd be like my kind of like FPS-ish. Minecraft, nah. I mentioned Minecraft before. It's like it's not really my cup of tea, really. like, how to say, it's either like, if a game doesn't have like an objective or something, I'd want it to be like competitive. It's either competitive games or ones with like a clear objective. Check out some from recent Game Jam. Ah, right. Maybe. Short game? Maybe. I'll see. But more like, as in, more like a game that's like not like one continuous series, if that makes sense. Like a game that's, you know, pick up and play, like, say, the many FPS games around, or like, as I mentioned, Fall Guys, for example, something like that. I don't really have one exactly that I play like that. Kind of chill, I guess. I don't know. So everything I play is like in a series, or something like that. We'll see. But yeah, all right. Let's get right to this now, because these cases get long.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
What's it called? I want to play like, what's the plot? Last I remembered, there's the pompous-looking guy poisoning himself because of a girl getting revenge for his dead fiance. What was that one again? It's like we got like a bunch of like stuff. Like, it turns out, but I think like, we're gonna get it's a new case, but like there is like a continuous plot thread. What's it called? We found out why exactly Van Zeeks doesn't like the Japanese. It's because it turns out the case 10 years ago involved a Japanese man who killed his brother, which is why he's like, you know, he became so the way he is. And then it turns out that Kazuma, Naruhodo's best friend, isn't dead. So, what's it called? Turns out he isn't dead. So now, right, that's it. Yeah. That was the case with the perfect reasons to. It's like, what's it called? It did like change his life. So, not the best reason, but like, I get it. He became like mad jaded and stuff, I guess. But like, what's it called? And then it like, and now he's like, look, Kazuma's alive, and it turns out the Japanese guy was his father as well, and that he had amnesia for a bit, but now his memory's back, and yeah. So now it's like, we'll see how things develop now with that revelation and with all those revelations. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial, and Kazuma, his father tried to kill. No. As in, like, Kazuma's father, what's it called? He went on a bit. He was like an exchange student alongside Mikotaba's Susato's father and the judge guy from Japan. They all were like 10 years ago or so. Not 10 years ago, like 16 years ago. 16 years ago, they went to London as exchange students, and then like 6 years after that, it turned Kazuma's father was arrested for like killing, like being a serial killer, and then what's it called? And he was like, his death was faked, but then he got shot afterwards anyway. So like, obviously he didn't return home. Um, and like, oh yeah, one of the victims was obviously was Van Zeek's brother. But yeah, quite the plot. I'm saying it really badly, but it's a lot that was revealed last time. Like, things are things are connected at least. Pretty much. And Kazuma is working as Van Zeek's apprentice. Last we know, of course, because Lord Strongheart, what's it called, assigned him to him when he had amnesia, and he wore a mask for like gosh knows how long. Well, 3 months actually, 3 months. We don't know why Van Zeek's brother was killed by the serial killer. Yeah, that is Van Zeek's brother. Yeah, Van Zeek's brother, which is the case 10 years ago, and he got killed. And then it turns out the culprit was Kazuma's father, and then it's like Kazuma's father was executed, but then it turns out Kazuma's father, well, he wasn't actually die. Like, I think they planned to fake his death, but then he got shot anyway. Like, we don't know who shot him exactly, but he got shot. Targeted for him was innocent bystander. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the serial killer was going after the like the royal people, or like the aristocracy, like really high up. Like Lord Van Zeek's is obviously like super, high up as well. His brother and him, and like yeah, then his brother was like targeted as well. Not like random, but like he was also like in line with the other victims in that he's also rich. So yeah. What else was there? I think that sums it. So the killer didn't have him on the list, but felt. We don't know exactly. Like Van Zeek's brother does match up with the other victims in the sense that he fits the ones who were dead, who were killed. Like Van Zeek's is also, aristocracy, rich, whatever you call it. So it's not out of line with like who would get killed, if that makes sense. Not like just some random person exactly either. And obviously what's it called? Van Zeek's brother knew the Japanese exchange students, so including the one who was like, who's supposedly the killer. So, and then like, what's it called? We don't know like how Kazuma survived. Is that the main character? Oh no, okay, right, yeah. Kazuma is the main character's best friend. In the first game, Kazuma supposedly he's like Naruhodo's best friend, and he supposedly and he looked like he died in the second case, where like he died by accident, like in a total freak accident. He got killed by accident. So we thought, oh, and then so he's like Kazuma was meant to like study abroad in London, and he brought Naruhodo as a stowaway because he wanted him with him, and like, but then so Naruhodo was taking his place as the exchange student because Kazuma died pretty much. But then it turns out Kazuma isn't dead. We don't know how he like survived, or like what happened to him exactly afterwards. So I think we still have to find out what happened then. Case 4. It's so insane. You'll see. Probably the best final case in the entire franchise. Maybe except 6-5. Okay, I did see like something like case 4 and 5 are linked, or that they're the same case. I think you mentioned that 4 and 5 are the same case. It's just like one very long one, pretty much altogether, technically. All right, let's get to it though. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Okay, yeah, that sums it up. That sums it up. That sums it up. That sums it up, yeah. Great Waterloo. Sholmes probably carried into London. I mean, Sholmes mentioned that he didn't lie, though. He told us that he didn't lie. That Cosmo was like he thought that he was dead as well. It seems. DGS 2, 4, and 5 are the same case over 2 episodes. I don't know why though. I see. I guess Spirit of Justice came out afterwards though, so I guess they were still figuring out how to work that out. Maybe. Professor Mikotaba is due to arrive any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Oh, came out 2 years after. Oh, okay, I thought. All right, fair. I thought this one was before 6. Okay. Maybe just for pacing it, like to make players not feel overwhelmed. Maybe. No. Zelda-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer? Professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. Maybe exactly that is the reason. A lot of people said 6-5 was way too long. Seeming but too long for one episode. Yeah, for like pacing and to like, you know, to mentally separate it out, I imagine. And I feel like with like all the revelations, there's not much point of like having a 4th case that doesn't progress things. So I do get like we're pretty much in the major climax now with like everything getting revealed and whatnot. 6-4 case was pointless and useless. Ah, that was the Clossy case. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Because it feels like we're in like the climax of everything now. Like we know Van Zeek's past-ish. We know Cosmo's back. Everything is like in place now for like a big finale kind of deal. There's not much unless you want to have a case that has nothing going on. Yeah, that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Yeah, I think he'd know, because like, it's like, oh, he goes back to Japan, and like, the one guy is missing. It's like, what happened to him? I don't know. Kind of think of it, didn't you say that Mikotaba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? Oh right, yeah, he knew, yeah. That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Okay, there's the judge man. Oh, father. You should see the series someone did called Mouse a Robot. It's just a few people playing Mouse Edgeworth series and having hell of a time. Ah. I want to play the investigation series myself at some point. So maybe after. Hopefully after the Apollo Justice trilogy, we get the investigation duology release. Because I never finished that game. I only played up to like case 4, I think, in Investigations 1, but like I don't remember anything except K. Except K, and also there's a flashback with like young Edgeworth and in his like Von Karma looking outfit. Like one case is a flashback or something like that. So I just remember K and that. And also like one thing with the police mascot character. I forgot his name, but yeah, I don't remember much of it. So hopefully the duology comes out on PC as well. Hello, Susato. How are you? He looks so different. He looks so different when he's not in his He looks so different when he's not inside his like when he's not wearing his kimono garb. I think that's who. Yeah, in his like garbs, like he looks so different. And it's like I don't think do you ever see a judge not in the courtroom? I don't remember in the other games. Like seeing him from a different angle. Is that a shut-in doing at one apartment? Not too. Do you mean? What do you mean? In what sense? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Oh, Natsume. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Ah, Natsume. I see what you mean. Oh, no, it's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Exploits being the key word. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder? Shishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Reinosuke Naruhodo guilty. Oh, you're... Yeah, it's like we're so used to seeing him from like the angle. I do get it, like it's weird to see him like head on. It's so weird to see him like face forward and not like from his upper angle. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Good. You finally remembered. That really did the trick. Guilty. He's got a sense of humor. He seems pretty cool. Only I was declared not guilty. Wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I think it's the hat. You look so different with the hat. I think it's like... I thought like... yeah, because I see like the cover, the artwork for the game. Like the one I'm using for the thumbnail right now. And it's like, I saw him and I thought he was Wilson. On the cover. I thought he was Wilson. But it turns out it's Mikotaba. I thought it was Wilson. I imagine Japan would never be invited to an international symposium like this. Well, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Shishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Mikotaba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all the passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Yeah, they're long-time friends, that's for sure. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Shishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Damn, double duty. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Cosmo's place here on study tour. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Like, it was a bit easy for us to, like, take Cosmo's place. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Strongheart yesterday. Okay. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. Alright, how is Strongheart reacting to, like, us getting his, like, forensic leader indicted? About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Okay, fine, it's about that then. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Alright. Your journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. And I truly wonder if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris. Either way. We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Shishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with the Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the Professor of Forensic Science at Major Hospital. Oh yeah, Wilson. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. The Johnny's not talking. Yeah, he just looks forward at us. Cosmo's father, I suppose. Yeah. Just stares at the camera, yeah. I guess it's because, like, the judge model is like he's looking forward most of the time. There's no point making like a sideways looking one. And now you mention it, I can't help think about it. He just looks dead straight. The Professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 men. It's like a Danganronpa character. Because they just stare straight a fair amount of times. The killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy was actually Cosmo's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin. Sorry. You knew, I presume, father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Sorry. Sorry. Ah! Sorry, hold on. Ha! Alright. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. I think he was framed though. I feel like he was framed. Pretty much, like, the name Genshin, just the term is like, it's so embedded into Genshin Impact that I had to just take a breather for that. I never understood what drove the man to commit thing. Why'd you bring it to the court record? It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. Ah, okay, fine. I guess it's like, why is he not back? Oh, he died from sickness, lol. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? He knew now. Yeah, he knows now, yeah, for sure. As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma's growing up, as if he were on my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Okay, yeah. So it seems like his motive was about his father. His, like, hidden motive. Oh, the armband. I didn't show it to them, no. Instead of running for Gachi, run for the ball of war. Ha. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I think so. I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I didn't know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. But why was there an assassination attempt on Kazuma? Like, why did we need what's his name again? Hosonaga to like protect him? Unless it's like just, you know, general international treaty, we're scared of someone coming in and screwing that up deal. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Did you say Kazuma was in a freak accident, not a murder attempt? Yeah, it was a freak accident. Yeah. You know, it's in like, more because like we had Hosonaga, a police inspector, on the ship because he was worried as a bodyguard for Kazuma. But yeah, he's one of the names, yeah, from the Morse code. Like, there's like A Sin or something, and then Gregson and Kazuma, and one other name, I can't remember. Wilson, I think. Yeah, Wilson, Sin, Gregson, and Kazuma. Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Alright, let me present the badge to them. May as well. Look at this, Professor Mikotaba. Ah, Kazuma's armband. He was wearing that when he left for Britain. How curious. Doesn't it strike me as odd to see you wearing it? Oh. Yeah, for the meme, like, I know, like, I think, like, the majority of characters have a response if you show them the armband. Like, same thing with, like, Phoenix's attorney badge. Are you trying to turn to him? Well, yes. I mean, it has his name on it. Now that we found out he's alive, it doesn't make sense. Oh! Dialogue reflects that we talked about Kazuma being alive. I wonder. Okay, now I'm curious to see what they'd have said if I showed it to them before we talked about him being alive, for the lore. Yeah, because like, what's it called? I know that case 4 and 5 are linked. I'm not going to like force myself to like finish up this case in one sitting, if that makes sense. Like, I'm streaming on Sunday. I'm busy tomorrow, but on Sunday I'm not gonna force myself to do 8 hours. since things are linked anyway, so it's no harm, no foul, let's say. Well, if you ask me, I think Kazuma would be delighted to see you wearing it. Oh yeah, we gave back Kazuma his katana as well. I feel all of that were true. Alright. And Kazuma's reappearance. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die, he's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong trying to ascertain what happened, but to no avail. Okay, it's a cover-up for some reason. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. How was that fate? We don't know how he died. Like, Sholmes apparently, like, Sholmes was there as well, but he told us that he was telling the truth, that he thought Cosimo was dead. Like, he was serious with us that he thought that Cosimo was dead. Unless Sholmes is lying, but I think he's telling the truth. Like, it feels like when he's that serious with us that he wouldn't tell lies. I don't think he's lying that he thought Cosimo was dead as well. So, unless Hosonaga knew, it's like... Strongheart is like majorly sus, but we don't know yet. That's the main mystery as well, a mystery right now. Well, it seems he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder... It's been 8 days after the trial. So not too long after, in all honesty. Not too long. So we're like, we're pretty much in like the climax, that's for sure. No like big time skip. I wonder how Cosmo's been the past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go visit him? Not really, it'd be fine. Your time in Britain. It's cool, so we can still be suspended. I do wonder like how Strongheart is feeling about us now. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. Judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today. I can tell you. Yeah. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time. You know, young lady. Let me see. Like, it's obviously an actual term. Actual name. What does it actually mean? Original god. Something like that? God? I don't know, something. But it's an actual name, of course. It's an actual name. Genshin... Oh, I see. You know, there's an actual guy called Genshin Takano, who was a Japanese lawyer. So maybe his name was... Yeah, because he mentioned that Genshin Asogi was a lawyer. So... I think it's like he's based on a real person. Well, loosely based. Like there's an actually Japanese lawyer called Genshin. So I think that's why he's called that. I can get that then if that's the case. Your father was an exceptional fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady? Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, apparently unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Oh. Okay, so you were near... Is it the same one then? Why did they name the game that? Not too sure. Not too sure why they chose the name for that game. Something in Chinese it means original god. No idea. I don't play Genshin. Something to do with god stuff, I guess. No clue. The Chad Renosuke, go into the courtroom, expose national secrets, contact anyone's British government, win the case, save his client, Rizal gets suspended. I do wonder if Strongheart is gonna suspend us again though. I don't know. We'll find out. Then again, we're doing our job, so I don't think he has any grounds to suspend us. I see. I don't think he has grounds to suspend us because we're doing our job. Last time was like, yeah, we'll expose government secrets. Excessive, but like, we'll see. Not much about graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with the bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor, Caden, his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed in that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at a secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far. Ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Damn. Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. Ah. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Alright. Well, if you'll excuse us now. I do wonder, like, who's gonna die? Like, I can't imagine Jigoku or Mikotaba getting killed. So, we'll see. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up for so long. Not yet, no. I haven't watched anything yet at all. Sorry. You've been asking for like a long time, but like I just haven't watched it yet. Sorry. I'm just really garbage at watching stuff. As in like just watching, getting myself to watch anything. Like just sit down and watch. I'm really bad at that. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Easier to watch show. Yeah. Probably is. I think it's more like just me. Like I have to like after like for me it's like after episode 1 it's fine. I can watch the rest. But it's like it's more like committal. I think committal. That's the term. I'm really bad at committing. I'm really bad at committing. Like the initial commitment, then it's fine. We're done. We're doing it now. Let's do it. But like the initial commitment for watching something is like, do I not? Yeah, no, yeah. It's short. It's short. Yeah. You mentioned, yeah. I'm just really bad at committing myself to watch. Commit to a show and the friend doesn't show me what I want to watch it. It's not the case for me. More like I just need to sit down and just relax and watch something. Like sit down, relax, watch. What's it called? I don't know why. I think it's just commitment. Like just, just do it now. Just do it, sit down, watch. That's it, you're fine. You're good to go. That makes sense. If that makes even a lick of sense. I see. Like to be honest, like I don't have like for me when I watch something, I don't really do the 3-episode rule that people do. Like if I watch something, I'm like I want to see this through. Unless it's really really bad, then I won't. But like for most cases, it's like if I watch something, I want to see it through. Pretty much, I want to see it all the way through. I'll call for the porter then. I'll wait here. Just wait here. So the sun's gone off on a run. I'd like to stay here and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility, representing our country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Alright, I think Mikotaba's gonna die. I think he's dead. I think he's dying. I think he's gonna get killed. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago, but I started losing my long study tour here in Japan, Yeah. He just left her He just left her in Japan with his grandmother. Like, the first time Susato met him was after he came back. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... people thinking that gamer show failing or bad... gamer show failing or being bad is a good thing. Ah. Well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Susato's heart hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, and it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. Let's see. Double check. Oh! Oh, right. Right, Susato... Alright, yeah. So that means, right, Susato's mother died when she gave birth. That makes... yeah, Susato's mother must have died. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. But the world does not really afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing, Naruto. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Oh, it's you again. The stagecoach man. Mrs. Zato. Now then, I'll also take your bags. Let me take your... wait. Aren't you a stagecoach man? Or are we just reusing your model? Because, like... yeah, it's the same guy, but he's now a porter. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck is a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photo to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Character does not the same character design as everyone else in the game. That's the thing, like... he looks like the guy from the first game. I guess he's just here temporarily. Or it just turns out they look the same. Oh, I think given the case, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. Okay, yeah, I think Mikotaba is dead. He's like, oh, can you do me a favor? And then it's like, bye-bye. There's not much the other, it's quite funny. To be fair, it's eternally like, it has like lots of like different art styles in one game sometimes. I don't thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. We weren't interrupted before. Professor Mikotaba was about to ask me something. So I returned to Baker Street then. I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. I mean, okay. Alright, let's move then. Let's go back to Lord Strongheart first. And then we'll meet up with Sholmes in a bit. Let's visit Strongheart first then. But yeah, I think Mikotaba is dead. I think he's gonna die. I think he's dead. 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Here's the final draft, the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? He shows a flat character. There's more to me than just funny, just an always intelligent man. What's it called? I won't say flat. Like, like he does play the fool. He plays the fool, but like he is intelligent and stuff. What's it called? He does look like. What do you mean, like in terms of like? What do you mean, like in terms of like a backstory for him and stuff? We don't really have a backstory, like in terms of like, you know, compared to like Zeke's having like a traumatic event. We don't really have that. I mean, obviously there's the thing with Wilson, like, how to say? We don't know how he, like, does he know Wilson is dead then? Like, he does obviously care for Iris and like, and that stuff. Does he have development, like anything special other than being smart and acting funny? I think I don't think he hasn't changed in that sense. He hasn't really changed since we met him. But I think he's like kind of like a guide to us, I guess. But like he hasn't really changed. Like he's the same as he always been. I like him a lot. But he hasn't really changed, I feel. It's more like we like, you know, we do realize that he isn't just like an idiot. I'm just curious if there's more to him. Okay, so far, I don't think he's changed. We don't see him, like, being any different, really, I feel. In the sense that we know what he's like, kind of deal. I don't think he's changed at all since we met him. My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air when you say... This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Just standing there menacingly. Pretty much. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London early today, I hear, madame. Oh, yeah, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeek's. I will attend at once. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything... Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put up action in spectacular fashion. Yeah, okay, cool. Now he's mentioning that. Built like JoJo characters. Yeah, they're both like built, that's for sure. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself any further. It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Ha! Lord Van Zeek is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh? Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Oh yeah, let's talk about it now. The Forensic Science Symposium, then. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, in the Snarhodor, population of the Imperial capital is 2 million. I'll be opening International Forensic Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of prep and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. Nothing's intimidating on purpose. Probably just lived this way for years. For ages. I think he is like either subconsciously throwing daggers at us though, to be honest. Because like we did get like an important figure indicted that was meant to help him with the symposium, but yeah, so I can imagine, I do get why he'd be like pissed off at us. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why the landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the whole world. Again, yeah, the birds. How important is this guy anyway? He's like, yeah, he's big. He's how's the game describe him again? Lord Justice. He's like in charge of like, he's our boss Lord Chief Justice, yeah. He's in charge of like the judicial matters, appointing lawyers and whatnot. So like he's big. He wants to become Attorney General beyond just Lord Chief Justice. He wants to like, his goal is to like be in charge of the police force as well. Because he wants Britain to be like the greatest like policing force known to man. Yeah, pretty much. He's our boss pretty much as well. The same as ever, I see. The passionate of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way. I'm sure, Mr. Narhodor. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. Yeah, he's talking about that again. He wants to become Attorney General to be in charge of the Scotland Yard police force. So this creation of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. The forensic investigation team. If he's pissed at us, that means very naturally with him. He's going to be very haughty. I think like high up, I guess. Yeah, haughty, not haughty in the sense of like fun haughty, at least. He's really got a clear goal. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with Dr. Scythe at the helm. It was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievements. I was on the verge of changing its name and evaluating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. Only I could do. Yeah. He's really, I guess, full of himself, I guess, but like understandably so. He wants to take on a big opportunity, and can he not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. The Yard is pretty useless. Maybe they can get that position, may not be a bad idea. True. True. Like, only Gregson and Gina, marginally. Yeah, we've pretty much, like, screwed over him a bit. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. He has what seems to be a very high position, assuming he worked hard for it. I think he did, yeah. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply cannot have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but I won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Yeah, it does feel like he's gonna be like the villain at the end, I feel. He seems a bit sus. Like, I feel like he'd do anything to reach his goals. So I think that's gonna be like that's how he's gonna be the villain. He seems to be like, I will do anything to achieve my goal. So like, even if he must dabble in some criminal activity, he will do that to like become Attorney General. So we'll see. He seems sus, let's say. He seems a bit, he'll do anything for it. Hi there, welcome. That's what he sees as a good policing force. There's a line between, yeah, yeah. Like he does, like, he wants to, like, you know, get off the criminals and whatnot. So he could go maybe too hard on that. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. Ah, okay. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek with the tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Ah, yeah, I guess so. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he has wearing a mask. He's going to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh? Even Zeek doesn't, yeah, Zeek doesn't even know his face, yeah. Which makes sense, like, he'd be a bit, he's already got his, like, issues. Okay, but so, like, why though? Why did Strongheart just say, random Japanese guy, sure, become Zeke's apprentice? I guess, I don't know, maybe because Zeke's needs some help, maybe? But like, okay, yeah, I guess like even without his memory, what's it called? Kazuma had the feeling to go Britain. From Brazil. Okay, yeah, Brazil. He reminds me of Von Karma, whatever. Yeah, Von Karma, yeah. They both like have like old man, massive build, imposing frame. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think you didn't know. That man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Yeah, Manfred, yeah, Von Karma. Genshin Asogi. With how he was beating him recently, Zeke's definitely needs even more help. And we've been beating him. Ha! I can imagine maybe like Kazuma like being the prosecutor against us, maybe. We'll see. Kazuma's father's crimes. What we learned from this trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case was 10 years ago. Caused a great stir here in Britain. There's supposed to be contest. It's about justice. Yeah. They were awful murderers and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So, the true ID of the killer couldn't be made public then. Can be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, as I understand. Yeah. That's why they hid it. That's why they hid it. No, it's just there just so like it's on the front page. It's not for like next year. Correct. However, as we noted, there was some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. Oh. Slam his cane every time he objects. Ha! What? Supporters of a mass murderer? Majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Ah. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. I see. Oh yeah, sure. Take care. Bye-bye. Or so a fair few fingers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright, guess we just leave now. We have nothing to give you. Let's go to Sholmes now. We're done with you now. Maybe we come back to Lord Strongheart with something to present to him, but back to Sholmes. 1st November, Sholmes is sweet. What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Are all the Ace Attorney in the same universe? Yeah. They're all in the same universe. This game is like all the way in the past. Like all the way in the past. Hey there. Hi. Yeah, but like they're all in the same universe. I don't know about Professor Layton. It's just the crossover game, but what's it called? I don't know if that's in the same universe or not. I don't know. The Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover game. I don't know about that one. Do you think... could it have been Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't do anymore. Mon ami. Are they French? Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Sholmes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp. I don't like it. Boff, it's just darkness. It is my friend. I am not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Alright. These two like thieves or something? Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his best friend. Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course. Okay, yeah. We have to like tell Iris the truth that her dad is dead. At some point. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. What? Sholmes dyed his hair. Before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Oh, whatever's going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I, in fact, I'm expecting a guest later today. A guest? Your two visitors. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before us? Oh, just a pair of pesky criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when the luck runs out. Oh my, you're the target of a crime, Sholmes? I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young native ally. Red hair Sholmes. I think he probably dyed his hair to catch them somehow. You could have asked Gregory to come too. We could have had an interesting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Part of a band. Ha. I think he had to do with those two criminals. He probably dyed his hair to catch them somehow. So those redheads had been up to no good. I wonder what that men did. The greatest problem? What was that about the greatest problem known to man you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Imagine us, I think so. They will have to show up, like, they made these models for, like, no reason, unless it turns out those two are witnesses for the next case, somehow. Alright, cool. Evolution now, I guess. Well, I think I've heard of talk of it somewhere. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is the great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent. He needs money to pay rent. So he had to catch someone. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money to spells the other day? Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later. All of that's quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue. Before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what's in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that's changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me with both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Sure, so hair dye now. Ha! You might need another clue before uncover the answer, Mr. Narhodor. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes for much longer. Can we... What, do we observe? Oh wait, what's this? Oh wait, this is... Wait, why is Cosima's mask here? Why is Cosima's mask here? The mask Cosimo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zee as his apprentice. When he cast his sudden... Oh, I see. You just pick... Okay, never mind. We just took Cosima's mask. What's up? We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Alright, we just have Cosmo's mask as a souvenir. Alright, what's the lie you told? Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. I don't know, if he wasn't lying, let's see. Unless he's hiding it from us that Cosmo would show up again. I don't know. That case aboard the SS Burya in January, Cosmo wasn't killed. And you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So, what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. You hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Ah, okay, fine. So he was on the brink of death. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you know now. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. When I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid on the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Okay, what's your plan here? Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do in the first place? I will be at liberty to discuss, to elaborate in due course. Okay, fine. You could keep it from us then. But for the time being, got his high school kit back. He dyed his hair for something. For some other case that we saw him do off screen. But for the time being, I'd like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. Okay. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Sholmes. I guess let's check. Okay, we have like 2 dialogue trees to go through. And this remained hidden to my most loyal fans. Ha! He was arresting like 2 characters with like red hair. Alright. Do you have anything to say? Alright, we're missing something to like examine. My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest that Sholmes and Iris use at the coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Sholmes kick it. Oh no. I suppose something must have frustrated him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. Where do we go? Oh, the newspaper maybe. Newspaper? This looks like the last week's edition. What's the article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. Him being angry is the exact opposite of this character. I think we do see him like, you know, depressed. Like, over the weirdest things, or whatever. Pick up some cigars over in the east of your country real quick. Anything you've missed? Not too much. We've seen like Mikotaba, Susato's father, and the judge come over for the symposium. We talked a bit about they didn't know that Kazuma was still alive. They knew his body was missing, but they didn't know he was still alive. Sholmes was saying, like, he knew Cosmo wasn't dead, but, like, he didn't think he'd go missing, either. Red-Haired League was in the book. Ah, I see. He is angry sometimes, but, like, not like, you know, that he lost his mind fully, I guess. Like, he kicked something, probably, I can imagine. It's a scam. Ah. Is something on my face? Clearly, this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Red-Headed League article. has been entered in a court record. Alright, let's check out the... Okay, that's the evidence now. To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the league a salary of £4 a week for pretty nominal services. All red-headed men who sound in body and mind above the age of 21 are eligible. Apply in person in the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are a redhead. Ah, I see. Right. Doesn't redhead refer to orange hair? Yeah. In real life, of course, but like obviously in this game, it's more like red, literally red. But like, I think just for like so it's easy, so you don't mistake it for blonde or like whatever. Because we did have like a ginger-haired person in one case earlier, but like this one's like literally red. Public health report, St. Bart's research findings. All right, nothing really on the side really. All right, that's why Sholmes joined the Redhead League for money. That's why he dyed his hair. It looks as though someone's circling an advertisement in his paper, Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. There is no murder involved, it's just a scam. I see. Probably is, yeah. Probably just a scam here. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation. Mason looks so much younger. I see what you mean. He looks like, you know, like, pretty much. I get what you mean. But I keep thinking of, like, Ronald McDonald as well. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast. Looks like a Terraria character in 3D. Ha! The Red-Headed League. He looks teen, not 20, 30. How old is he anyway? How old is Sholmes? He's 34. Yeah, I see. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You noticed in the paper then that, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. Fair play, just like easy rent, easy money. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week. But why? What are they paying? That I don't know. No, these are given in the advertisement. OBS went down. I'm back. Hi. If only money was that easy in real life. For real. We need me with red hair. Nah. I know, red doesn't suit me, I think. As in colored hair. Well, technically, but... Anyone else dye their hair red with me? I could do it, but my conscious negative experience of... I see. I see. Red is a dangerous color, huh? For you there. But I don't know. No deals are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in an application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can? But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Sholmes. Comfy sweater. I'm wearing... It's what I'm wearing normally right now. It's just that I took off my scarf. I didn't... It's not anything different from what I'm wearing now. In the schedule. It's just no scarf. Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a redhead fellow? No? So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo. Though it pains me to admit it. So what happened? Your blunder. What went wrong? What did you actually do to your hair, Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Mrs. Otto. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. Oh. I should color my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Isn't that technically dye? Or did you just change your hair permanently to red? It must be hot when 2024 comes for you to take off that scarf. Ha! I just figured, like, I want to make my schedule look different a bit from how I usually do. So I figured, you know what? Just take off the scarf. Your neck looks long. Yeah, that's like how it is for like live 2D. I mean, I'm wearing the sweater here. You can see it underneath the scarf. I still have the sweater. I still have it on. It's just a scarf on top. A giraffe neck. Ha. I mean, that's how it is for like live 2D models. They all have long necks. I changed the color of... Yeah, by chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. We discovered how physics. Yeah, unfortunately, it's more like because this model doesn't have scarf normally, that it's just like, what's it called? The model doesn't have a scarf normally, so I just put a scarf on top. But yeah, there's no physics, unfortunately. It's like, otherwise it just feels like it's empty without it. It feels weird without it sometimes. I don't know. Without the scarf, it just feels weird. Crimson armpits. Ha. Yeah, I don't want to think about Sholmes' under hair. Crowdfund a scarf motion. My birthday is on the 28th of a month. I've mentioned it before, but I don't feel like mentioning it right now. I've mentioned it before, but like, it's on the 28th of like a month. Who needs physics when you have not real? To be fair, like, it is like, I got the position pretty well, but it does look weird when I like move a certain way with the scarf. For the most part, it's fine, to be honest. Not July, no. Not July. I think I'll pass. But, Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Must be June, if not then February. Neither of those, no. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say... But of course. To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. But it's February, yeah, February 28th. There's a 28th. It's just 29 is the leap year. 29 is the leap year. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair for the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So, what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrel. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows who you are. So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. To speak Gandalf. Ha. Then, this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Alright, he just, damn. You know what? Screw these guys. Get them arrested. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? So he needs to lose those goggles to actually look cool, to actually fool anyone. And some surgery on his vocal cords. Ha! Just become a different person. Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Whack. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Okay, you're the jury member from last case. Please find my husband. He's run away. Alright, a lost person. To upset me. I beg your pardon. Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. He doesn't want to, he doesn't want to go looking for a lost person, but here we are. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Narhodon? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madame, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Shizato? He's tired of cases. Is that gentle? Yeah, he's tired. He doesn't want to go looking for a lost person. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. Yeah, she's the jury member. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil? I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me. Tesco's meal deal has raised its price again. I don't go Tesco. I don't go Tesco. But yeah, I can imagine the price has gone up. Unfortunately. Inflation and all that. I think Sholmes maybe feels too much pressure in his job, because it seems another endless case after another. Ever Vigil. I see, that makes sense, yeah. Ever Vigil. I think Sholmes wants the more interesting cases. But he also needs to make money, so he's a bit antsy right now. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are a picture of benevolence. I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What am I about to tell you? I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. Slightly laying through his teeth. He needs money. He needs the money. He's just being like... I know. He's trying to act cool. Ah, these are my friends. Hey, sure, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why'd I ever get my hopes up? Rent gets you. rent is rent, and sometimes he just doesn't have. I mean, he's a detective for hire, so he needs to be hired for things at least. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have you met someone before? Also, to be fair, like, they mentioned that Sholmes, like, he got the money. He got money from, like, Madame Tuspel's, but he wasted it on a car. Like, he spent the money for Iris's herbal tea set, but then he wasted money on a car. So now he has no money again. He's just not good with money, it seems. He just buys lots of stuff, and then he has to pawn away his stuff, and then so on and so forth. Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have you met someone before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my. Psha, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite a lady to tea, you must do so in a gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Alright, to have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Part-time Sounders and forensic scientist. I think he likes to do it. I don't think Sholmes wants to work for the Yard though. I don't think he wants to work for the Yard. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Thanks, Sholmes. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. She seems pretty cool, yeah. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in a corner. Yes. Mr. Vigil. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily vigil. Oh, daily vigil, Evie Vigil. I see. Daily vigil. Is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, though my husband's income is more than adequate so we can live comfortably. How old are you then? 15 years married. Okay, you married at 21 and he married at 25. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. You're dressed in the latest style, your hat clearly regular, groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might be disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Sholmes is so famous though, you would think he'll get more cases. I think it's like he just wastes money. He just loses money quickly as well. Plus it's like, sometimes it's probably like, you know, more of the... Sometimes they don't pay enough, maybe. Which would point to the possibility that he has some... Sorry. That he's been embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mrs. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at a prison. Okay, we're going back to the prison, huh? The hardened and DOD decaying swoons woman actually spends majority of the money on trivial things. Ha! Ha! A guard, that is somewhat unusual. Prison warder. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed? I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does he mean capital punishment? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in a prison dormitory. And for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbours. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Berkeley Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Berkeley? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Okay, yeah, we're really just like, we're really linking back. Yeah, Lowgate Cemetery, where the professor was as well. Huh. Things are really linking up. No. Good at the job, but very poor is commonly. Yeah. Let's. You see that quite a lot. Like they're poor, but like they do a good job. The struggles of the common man. Locate cemetery, the very place we're discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mrs. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madame, pay no heed. A private matter. It can't really be a coincidence, can it? Nah. Okay, so why's your husband gone? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry? Yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not all of the out of the ordinary for him to not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that certainly never happened before. You lost your husband yesterday, you didn't think to check the place. Did she mention? Let me double check. Truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend, but not to return home at night. But this is different. All right, what's so different about it then? Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at the home. I see. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let's not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. I couldn't have this is different. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. And you seek only to put this sweet's rent in the lady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a fresh housekeeping report. I'm quite sure. Only a spoonful. Ha. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Photograph of Mr. Vigil has been added to the court record. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. Alright. Yeah, he looks fine. Nothing out of the ordinary here. If he just dumps the case on us. He appears to have no particular distinctive facial features. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You're simply been marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but that I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. Yeah, Iris is 10. Iris is 10 years old. If by the time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me like those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yeah, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what do you make of it? And we have to break it to her that her father died. Yeah. Like, we haven't told her that her father is dead yet. So, she has to find out at some point. She has to find out at some point. But I don't know when we will tell her. She has to find out, but like, I wonder how, unless we get forced to mention it. It's like, yeah, because Sholmes has been looking after her for like, I forgot how long, but like a long time, many years at least, because her father was in Japan. I have no idea. I forgot. They mentioned before, but I can't remember. I can't remember when was the last time. I forgot. Well, I was actually surprised to learn her husband worked at Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. How close are they? Sholmes and Iris. Very close. Very close. They're very close, yeah. If that's what you mean. Of course, especially the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear. Oh, Iris and her father. Well, Iris does look up to her father because, like, she read over his, like, you know, his diary and stuff, like, and like that's how she wrote Sholmes's stories, because her father was Sholmes's assistant, and she wrote the stories based on, well, the older stories based on his writings. So I think she does look up to him. Objection. Hey there. Welcome. So it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by a ghost of condemned convicts. Hi there, welcome. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. Professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously vanished. How much the blow would hurt if we told Iris? I think it would hurt because, like, she's looking forward to seeing him one day. So it's like, if it turns out he died, it's like, well, shit. Plus, of course, that we know that he's dead for, like, since the very start. Like, we didn't realize they were, like, Naruhodo didn't realize they were linked until later on. But, like, yeah, we'll see. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain. His death will be fate. I doubt it, because we saw Wilson dying was the very first case in the game. It was the very first case in the game. So I don't think his death is fate. Unless it turns out like Kazuma, but I doubt it. I think he's dead. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen with this hair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. But, so I'll leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. He's dumping a case on us. Pretty much. Thanks, Sholmes. To be fair, we live in his attic, so we need the rent as much as he does. So, all right, now we go to Lime Street. All right, we don't have like a murder investigation just yet though. So far it's like the 5th case in the last game where we don't have anything obvious happening just yet. No murder anything yet. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. 1st November, Barclay Prison, governor's office. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was done here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me, it's like Scottish-ish. Do you ken who I am? I'm Governor Barry Kaiden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Naruhodo, defense lawyer. They mentioned Kaiden. Yeah, Mikotaba mentioned Kaiden. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of the law from Empire Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Heavy accent, yeah. Well, there's no any kind of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, yeah, it's like Scottish accent, I think. I didn't like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Now, get out of my hair. So, as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. A Mario character. I think it's the mustache. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi. I wish the game was fully voiced. It'd be interesting if it was, yeah. I'm fine with it not being fully voiced. It's fun in its own way, but yeah, there's a bunch of like other visual novels that are fully voiced. But again, this game was like originally on the DS, 3DS, I guess. So it makes sense, I guess. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. Sholmes was voiced. There is, like, voiced cutscenes. There is voiced cutscenes in, like, in some portions, at least. Some portions. Some portions have voiced cutscenes. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Your agency? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not all. We're just... Get gone with ya, before I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Kaiden... What are you thinking, Susato? I heard that TF2 got like a big update recently. I don't play it, but I heard there was a big update recently. What are you thinking, Mrs. Otto? I feel that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if you mentioned it. Whoever mentioned it might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Yeah, Kaiden was mentioned with Mikotaba. Alright. Not update, more like Valve finding his community after 12 years. Okay, I see. That's Mikotaba over there. Hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the present governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? It is the same man. Father, we must meet with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Judge Goku, and I'm looking at the judge just drop Goku looking down. Ha! Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee in a comfortable city. Oh, drip Goku. Yeah, Supreme. Ha. Now, I have a lot prepared for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotabas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Letter of introduction to Caden. Good luck with him. Alright. Birdline... Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September. London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Mikotaba and Judge Jigoku came on Japan, isn't it? I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on SS Burya. Seems a shame not to keep your tickets a memento of your trip, don't you think? I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have to keep it with me at all times. Oh, how strange. Where could I have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Steamship ticket back. Professor Mikotaba, investigating this missing person case will uncover more about Kazuma. Which makes sense. Game 1 yeah, pretty much. Like, it's all linked. Like, Shelms was like, yeah, these guys, we're going to the prison, yeah, so maybe Kazuma's doing his own investigation. Mikotaba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Alright. It's a ticket then. I don't know what... Maybe we'll probably use that for something. Maybe it's like... I don't know. I feel like Mikotaba's gonna die though. I feel like Mikotaba is dying this case. But we'll see. If you cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden... What's this then? You cannot put a wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotaba. A pretty minor characters, I don't know much about them. Oh no, we've seen Mikotaba. He's Susato's father. We've had Mikotaba on the first case for both games. He's like he's more side, yeah, but he is like linked with like stuff in the past, and obviously being Susato's father. That young jock from the forensic laboratory, that Mikotaba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotaba's daughter, Susato. Jinx, you're that young man's daughter. And you didn't think to mention that before? I do apologize. Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I think his friend father is dying. Yeah, like Kazuma's father is dead like 10 years ago, so maybe, I don't know. It's too soon, unless it turns out that Mr. Vigil is dead. But I don't know. We'll see. Unless Mr. Vigil dies, Maybe we see his dead body or something. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. Aris's father, Cosmo's father, who's next? Yeah. So, what can I do for you, Hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I have nay heard of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh? But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Eh? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's get the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Alright. Chief Warder Vigil. We understand that Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and he's the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Acting sus. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now. Oh. He's been 10 years ago again. Maybe Mr. Vigil shot the professor then. So he's been lying to his wife the whole time for 10 years. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Juken, I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though. Mrs. Vigil isn't sharp. She just trusts him. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Naruhodo that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it be. What are you thinking, Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at his prison. You could say one of them is brighter than the other, if you know what I mean. Ha! If you ever get married, spy a significant other, go visit them at work. Ha! Surprise visit. 10 years ago, what happened? Nice clock. Oh, it's a guillotine clock. So Mr. Vigil was actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. Oh, you mean he was dismissed? Yeah, he was dismissed. Turn on the blender. It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk. Aye, that's the word for it here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable in that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, so he's involved in the whole thing with, like, keeping him alive. Alright. Honey, are you home yet? Wait. You fought for Talis. I see. I'm still lost. Having fun at least. I mean, more... No. He was because he's the chief warder, he's meant to prepare the execution. But we know that they faked the professor's initial death, Cosima's father's initial execution. They faked that, so he's involved in this somehow. But I can tell you that's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why didn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't nag Ken to care anything about that. I'm afraid. 50% off, so if you're interested. I'm saving up money right now. I need to save money right now. I need to save money right now for like upcoming stuff. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Hen? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Alright, Mikotawa. Saving for Holmes's rent. Ha! Ha! Sorry. Alright. My father came to Britain all these years ago and wanted to study forensic science. But you seem to have been well acquainted. When a AA games ends, we're screwed. You're gonna have to rejoin the Payday gang. Ha! We'll see. We'll see. Ha! We'll see how things turn out in that case. You seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, I see, it's still glitched for you. Damn. Jeez. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you, Ken? Do you like roguelikes? I like the idea of them, yeah. Like, I played a bit of Slave Aspire ages ago. I played a bit of it. I'm gonna play, what's it called again? Hades at some point. I don't feel like an action game right now, but maybe Hades at some point. I haven't played, I just don't feel like an action game right now. We'll see, I don't know yet. But that's why I haven't decided what to play next, but Hades is something I want to play at some point. Cheap. Which one? I don't think Hollow Knight is Metroidvania. Enter the Gungeon. Oh, that game, the FPS one. Is that one? Is that is it FPS? I think I have that from PS Plus years ago. I think I have that from PS Plus. Oh no, different one, not this one. I don't think I have this one. I have to double check, but yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen this one. No, top down. Oh no, yeah, no. I was thinking of some other FPS game. That's something else. But yeah. I've seen this one around. Yeah. I've seen this one around. Yeah. We'll see. I can imagine. I think it's like my issue is that I need like a narrative plot line. Like I played some Civ Aspire, but like I don't have much motivation to like go through it more because like like a narrative plot line really helps with what's it called? Gets me motivated to play a game. Like some sort of narrative plot line. It's like if it's a game without plot, I want to like be like PvP and stuff. I want to be like PvP and whatnot. If it's not like a plotline game to follow through, I tend to lean if it's PvP otherwise. So, yeah. Hollow Knight is, yeah. I mean, it's not roguelike though. It's a Metroidvania. Hollow Knight. I can imagine. Advancements of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Well, the lore that's super short and learn at the very end of the game. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. Plotline game? Yeah. I want to play Deltarune at some point. I played Undertale years ago. I played it years ago. I want to play Deltarune at some point. It shouldn't be that. It should be like, it's only what, like 2 streams, like for the first game. Like the first game is short. Chapter 1 is short. We'll see. Yeah, I want to play Deltarune at some point. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of Saint Sinners. It's still in use today. Saint Sinners. That's come before, I'm sure. I see the demos, yeah. Obviously, game development takes a long time, so who knows when everything will be done with Deltarune. But, like, game dev take a long time, for sure. That's right, we've been there. Mikotaba and I have used a carriage together and negotiate terms for fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about this dissection of sorts. Ugh, takes me back. Plan for late 2024 or early 2025. Yeah, long time. Long time coming, that's for sure. It's a good thing, like, he's releasing it like incrementally, like instead of just waiting like until like, you know, much later for all of it together. It keeps the momentum going. Borderlands. Let's see. I've watched a video essay on it already. Borderlands 2 especially. We'll see. We'll see. It's not like I don't play FPS. It's more like FPS is like a hard sell to me. Like you have to like I played Fallout before and that's fine, but like FPS in general is more of a hard sell to me. Like I do kind of like PvP. It's just that every FPS now is Battle Royale, which is like Battle Royale is cool. I like the concept. It's just that I die a lot. So it's like, how to say, like FPS at most is like I grew up on. I played COD, like Modern Warfare 2. When it's like Search and Destroy was like, yeah, I'm dead, bye. And it's like I get lots of deaths in team deathmatch. I just feed kills. But it's like, yeah, at least I respawn right away. Crisis. Ha. I have some. We'll see. I'll see what I have. I'll see. Community. I'm seeing KD ratio of 0.1 is kind of depressing. Ha. But yeah, everything's like Battle Royale. So like, I don't like Apex is team based. Valorant is like, you know, CS:GO, one life sort of deal, and team based. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. We'll see. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid... turn it by commits tax evasion. What kind of game is that? I see. It's a farming game? Is it a farming game? Or something? I can't tell. Yeah, it sounds wild, at least. I'm afraid... I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Story adventure of an end. It's short but hilarious humor. It's far from a... Oh, I see. Well... Hearts of Iron 4 of a New World Order. Ha. I can't tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one more moment before you're taken away, Hen. Before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? What is it? That's a Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years ago now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered into the court record. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. So maybe Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect, having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Abiding and abetting the escape from this commission of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. I mean, okay, he just told, like, he's saying, like, don't tell us the... He won't tell us the reason why, but, like, he's giving us the reason why now. With this. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with the prison staff to secure assistance. Further disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay, yeah. Back to the stream. Are you going to tell Mrs. Vigil? I don't know. We'll see. Sakuya Izayoi gives you advice and dabs. I've seen that. Is it like one of those like ironic games? I've seen that, like, some really short. Yeah, I've seen that. It's like some really short, like, visual novel thing. Is it like one of those ironic, games or something? Like really short, ironic games. I've seen that randomly around. They also made a Toho Doom game as well. I see, yeah. Okay, yeah, so we don't know the full conspiracy behind why he was fake executed. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. It's not super short. It's short enough for a few streams. Well, in return... Oh, do you mean the tax evasion game? Calling advice a joke is harsh. Ha! Fair. Fair. Do me a favor, never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. I agree. We need to report back to Shelms with what we found with Mr. Vigil. What will he tell us, Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Alright, let's go back to Shelms then. Alright, so this... We're going through the mystery of 10 years ago, at least. Even that our Vigil's dead. Maybe Vigil was dead. We're back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones as well. For all of us. Ah, so that's what this smell is. Greetings, my dear fellow. Alright, your hair is blue now. You've returned a great deal sooner than I was anticipating. You won't get paid, read the money. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. He's part of a boy band. Ha! It turns out it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Join the Blue Hair Gang for $2 a month. Ha! Oh my. Well, pray tell me, what of a warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yeah, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch of your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, Gina, hi. Chop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Did those two escape? I think they escaped, yeah. What happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. Oh, Gregson. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson. The boss is... He's dead. Fuck. What? They just found his body shot with a pistol. What? But Inspector Gregson, the inspector guy, the police inspector. I don't know, he was involved, yeah, I think. He was murdered. No, not Greggy. Gregsy. Infinite Fish and Chips, ha. But yeah, okay, that's the Morse code name. Yeah, that guy, him. Come in, my dear girl, tell us the whole story. Ah. Alright, but his name was in the Morse code then. The inspector's deaf. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot. I don't know much about what happened myself. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town? Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Seen the silent guy in the back of the room. What is you can't kill off a character like that? Ha! Yeah, like, there is the Morse code, so now, like, Wilson's dead, A. Sin is dead, Gregson's dead, and now Kazuma's the last one in the Morse code to get killed. How did you find out about Gene? I mean, they found his body. They found his body. Like, the boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective. Yeah, Gregson's dead. Yeah. Oh, Ginny. The culprit. No more fish and chips, yeah. So who did this? Do you have an idea of who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter and so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? Only people with a clear motive would be gianters. Ha. I still can't believe it myself. Gina? Is it one of the people here? Is it Sholmes? It was... the Reaper. Okay. We're gonna defend Van Zieks in court. Okay. Okay, spicy. Okay, maybe Kazuma is gonna be the prosecutor in that case then. Because he's trained to be a prosecutor. Maybe Kazuma will be fighting against us in court today. The Reaper, Van Zieks. Van Zieks. Yeah, this is nickname. Him, Van Zieks. Yeah, Gregson is dead, murdered in... yeah. Alright. Maybe Kazuma is gonna be the prosecutor then. Alright, things are spicy now. Jeez. Redo of the case against Edgeworth. Obviously, yeah. Obviously Van Zieks hasn't done it, but he's framed. Somehow. Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No. Lord Van Zieks. No return has brought the mood down. The mood is fine, don't worry. The mood is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The mood's fine. Are you quite sure, Mr. Strayed? Is Barak von Zeeks the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses. And they're all saying it was him. Yeah, Shums is 100% serious. Yeah, of course he would, yeah. When he looks forward like that, he is serious. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They've heard a gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Alright. Time to defend Zeeks in court. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strayed. This really is the most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. Real point to Edgeworth. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Is it the Morse code? I think Sholmes, like, cause yeah, Sholmes was there for the Morse code, so maybe, alright, cause like, what's it called? Also, like, Gregson was planning to go to Paris with Gina. I wonder. We'll see. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab off the scene right now. Please come on all, as soon as you can. You gotta help. I think Sholmes... Yeah, so now Cosmo's the next one in line to get killed. It's detective's lot to appear whenever there's a sinister plot has unfolded. Low on the wheel look haggard. Sometimes, these things are almost too much for the nerves. We're gonna help Zeeks. I think we'll probably defend him. What use is there being a great detective? I failed to see something like this coming. How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what we can glean. I'm sure you intend to do so anyway. Until later then. Yeah, I think Sholmes is thinking about the Morse code. With the Morse code that happened. I think he's thinking about that. Sholmes is on it now, yeah. Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's raining outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? So I'm just sorry for being too busy with his hair and messing around and feels bad he wasn't there for Gregson. I think so. Like, I think it's like he's thinking like he should have, like, you know, thought about everyone who died. Well, Gregson dying, Wilson being dead. Well, he doesn't know about... I don't know if Sholmes knows about Asin or not. But there is like something that's killing everyone that's mentioned in the Morse code. Ariston is not like a teenager. I mean, they do mention like sometimes Iris does act well above her age. Like, so he is like, you know, highly intelligent. He should have foreseen his death. Honestly, to some extent, yeah. Alright, let's go to prison first. We'll check with Lord Chief Justice later. Alright. Van Zeeks is just chilling. Local prison cell 1. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I like to be. With the last person on Earth I like to see. What did Gregson do anyway? All he does is collect evidence and eat. Yeah, we don't know because, like, Gregson was mentioned in the Morse code alongside Kazuma, Wilson, and Asin. So it's like, we don't know why. Gregson just seemed normal. He's just like an inspector, sure, but like nothing special about him. He just seemed normal. Yeah, Zeeks is just that powerful, huh? His theme still plays even when he's in distress. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. He's too normal. He must have some backstory. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, and at the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading on the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might it be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Oh, Albert. Of course, yeah, him again, they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. I became a prisoner to show you my dominance. Even these bars can hold my power. Ha! Ha! Alright. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you really know? Nothing really. We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that they were found by the police when they arrived on the scene and when they arrested. You were found. Scotland Chief offed Gregson because he conquered Loch Ness Monster and became infinite fish and chips. Ha! Ha! We were told there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. Yeah, shot, yeah. Like, Gregson was in a small rented room in, like, some corner of London. And he got shot. And, yeah. Who rented the room, then? Guess we'll find out. There's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. Okay. How was their witnesses? The witnesses heard the gunshot. And they found they found Van Zeeks in the same room as Gregson. I think that's what it sums up to right now. But the gunshot. Obviously you didn't find a gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. One time in Norse, where the gods went drunk and went off the visiting ship and nearly ended up killing the sea god. Ha! Why was Van Zeeks there with him? Oh yeah, Van Zeeks went to like look into it. Before stabbing him. Ha! So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? Yeah. I don't need to answer that. Oh? After all, you're not representing me. He's going to need a lawyer though. Alright, he's not going to tell us what happened yet. Zeeks would use a gun, wouldn't let blood in his hands, and ruin his suit. Ha! Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Ha! Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation yet? Defense lawyers are shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Alright, yeah. So, like, Gina, Natsume, and, what's it called? Gina, Natsume, and, Albert. Those three, yeah. Pretty much. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually do anything with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true ID of the killer more than I. However, people he's worked with has died. No. The people that he's prosecuted against. 10 years, yeah. 10 years, like, obviously 10 years was the case with the guy, with the professor. Like, he's saying, like, because Van Zieks is saying that, like, oh, it's his brother's spirit that is killing the people that he, you know, the ones that are bad. It seems things may come to a head before I had the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? Harebrain's letter. After the trial, Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. So that's to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should know now, beyond the doubt, beyond the reach of the Reaper. I think afterwards, but then within that same year, he did some cases. Probably, he probably did some court cases after that, and then like after that, in that same 10 years ago, I think he was maybe like after the first 2 cases, he was known as the Reaper because they just died. The first ones he did, I assume, the first couple he did in the same year as the Professor case, and then they just died. So besides who are guilty that he proves, oh yeah, the ones who were, well, the ones even if they were acquitted, they died anyway. Guilty or not, they died. Which adds to his reputation. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. It's now hard to become a defense lawyer, people stop dying. Not fully. No. Because, we have McGilded. There's a guy that we defended who turned out to be guilty anyway. Who turned out to be really bad in last game. We fought against him. We fought against Zeke's. And it's like, yeah, then he died. So no. Yeah, like one guy we defended died as well. He got killed. We know how he got killed. It had nothing. Yeah. McGilded was killed by Benedict though. Yeah. But it's still like the Reaper's curse that he died. Let me solo him. Ha. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. Alright. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you excuse me now, I would like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yeah. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure you would never have taken another person's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It can't be coincidence though, unless there's someone's responsible. Yeah, it could be, it could be like someone responsible for it. That's the thing. Like someone else is doing the killings to like get Lord Van Zieks' reputation as the Reaper. Like Van Zieks Van Zieks doesn't mind the Reaper thing. He does get scared about it. Like he sent his friend back to Germany after the trial because he was scared about his life. But like he doesn't mind wielding that title in the court to like deter criminals because the crime rate has gone down because of the Reaper. So you take anger on those bottles. I assume you don't kill anyone apart from animals on your shoulders. Ha! Ha! They're bottles at least. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese. But please. I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. Killing winemakers hard work. He pays them. He pays them. He's like, he mentioned that he's literally there to oversee like the chalices and the wine being made. But neither of us will waste any more time. Well, he doesn't want us to be here. We need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Cost a few £1,000, they'll be cheap. Let's check on... I don't think we need to go to Strongheart. Let's go to Fresno. First November, room on Fresno Street. Yeah, here we are now. This really isn't out of the way part of London. I doubt any people would find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yeah, and the police are really hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Sholmes anywhere though. Perhaps the investigation's taken elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look at even all. You were good while you lasted, now you must claim this infinite fish and chips. Ha! I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, and you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques he wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last, mind you. I ain't been here long myself. Gina's already better than the police. Yeah, pretty much. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing and flicking that at of his and that and Scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto, you're a lawyer, right? Yeah, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Did he put on a clown show again? Nah, he literally just came and like inspected and left. He didn't do anything. He talked to no one. Oh, poor Gina. Never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. Was he thinking Reaper's... Yeah, pretty much. He's upset that Gregson got killed. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Ah, she's cooperative at least. So let's talk first. Gregson. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? Yeah, there are witnesses, yeah, supposedly. We'll probably see them in court though. Like this is gonna somehow tie back to Vigil's case. Somehow. We don't know how, but this will tie into Vigil somehow. That's what I want to know. How do you witnesses in the room with Bane? And they heard the gunshot. They heard the gunshot. That's the thing. The witnesses heard the gunshot. So we don't know how deep they know though. Like some witnesses say like, oh, we know what happened. We just heard it. Don't worry. We didn't see anything. We heard it. So we have to see. It's what? After years and they got out of the cling. That's when they decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yeah, Sean twisted the investor's arm to agree to take on you as an apprentice, didn't he? But why Zeeks? Zeeks was there, but Zeeks won't tell us why he was there. Because Zeeks went into the room to inspect, as far as we know. But then we don't know why. Zeeks isn't telling us why he was in the room in the first place. He didn't tell us, unfortunately. Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss until then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Oh, okay. Goodness, really? Gain this exposition differently from other games, yeah. Must have seen him go in and then heard the shot, maybe. They say he managed to solve some really tricky cases, just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Should he Zeke so Gregson die? Either without Greg or just Zeke so Gregson's body. We don't know yet because Zeke doesn't want to talk to us properly. He doesn't want to talk to us properly, so we need to find the truth first before we get the explanation. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say it so much. I take my eye off to that fella. Where are his words? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most are terrified of the Reaper. In other cases, machines are treated as facts. In this game, some are treated as lies. Yeah. That's with the whole mystery aspect, yeah. Like, some things can be lies. The boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite high regard. If the witnesses saw there's either two ways. Either Zeke's came out the gunshot, or he went in and there was a gunshot and then Zeke's appeared. No, Zeke's was found in the room with Gregson's body. Zeke's was found with the body in the room. That's why. Yeah, someone, who knows? There could be lying as well. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Exposition treated as fact are simply too boring. I hate it. I see. I think, like, I feel like there's a fair amount where exposition, you can see exposition as like unreliable narrator. I know I've seen other stuff with that. Like, you can't just take it face value. Like, there's obviously stuff that everyone knows about. Like, you know, like for example, there's some games where like, let's say like an RPG game randomly. Where like a character talks about a legend as exposition, like, oh, there was this legendary dragon that killed everyone, kind of deal. And then, you know, then it turns out that it's not real, and it turns out the dragon was a nice person, for example. There's stuff like that in other games, with like unreliable exposition like that. Because yeah, there's like some stuff does treat exposition as stuff like based on the character who's telling you knowledge rather than fact. It depends. Yeah, the exposition not treated as fact. Yeah. I feel like there's a fair amount of that. I feel like there's a fair amount of stuff like that. There is some stuff that you should you can just take at face value and that's that. But it depends. Unless this just happens, Zeke's also heard a gun. Yeah, we'll see. We don't know the timeline just yet, properly yet. I guess it depends. Like, for example, we learnt about the deep freeze thingy, and then it turns out that's not how exactly it worked, I think. Something like that. I can't remember. Like, the freeze happened. It just happened, I guess. And then we find out what exactly happened with it. I didn't really, okay. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. Because he only goes after people who are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Yeah, because she was pretty fine with the idea. The crime scene. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone? It's a sort of here's today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it? The Dragon Legend you said is the plot of M8 Stories 2. Ah. I see. Works out. So when you're saying is the only thing we know for sure, Zeke's was in the room when the police found Gregson. Yeah. I think that's how it worked out. Yeah. What we call an unidentified person. You haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from apparent appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here. No one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Otto? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Oh, if Gregson rented the room himself, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. And the incident. Alright, let's see. Let's be sure how it happened. So that's where this porn inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and stuck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles away completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Oh, Strongheart. Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Okay, they just heard something then. They heard it. They all heard it. They all heard something. Do you think we could be able to speak with the street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're stooping for, and they'll be up for grilling and all. Was the bullet that was Gregson that tall? Yeah, because it said it blew away the candle. So it's a bit weird. Can't interview witnesses then, shame. Alright, let's look around. The top of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. The top of one of the candles. Which one? Oh, this one. Because this is melted. Or do you mean this one? And there's blood on it. Yeah, there's a wax spattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that a bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Finish BS2. Please don't make my mistake. BS2. Which game is that? BS2. What's that? None of the wax on the wall looks like blood to me. The candelabra Black Souls too. Huh. What do you mean? Black Souls in the Black Souls series. Oh, I think I've vaguely seen something about that before. The art looks cool. The art looks cool. I've vaguely seen something about that around. Updated May 2021. Doesn't seem finished though. Is it finished? I've seen something about this game around. Huh. The art looks cool. RPG Maker game. It doesn't seem finished though. Like, not fully translated. Apparently. I don't know. It's a H game. Ah. It's hard to tell which is melted and which is burnt. When you try to burn a candle down, you don't stop midway through. The total one is blood. Okay, yeah. It was this third candle then. So what? Was the game bad? Final DLC came out 2 years ago. Not fully trending. DLC free. Oh, I see. Alright. Is it explicit? As in, like, there's, like, obviously explicit scenes that you can't show on stream. Quality is so poor. Oh, I see, yeah. Now, it's much clearer like this. Ah, so there are some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. That's the bullet struck the candle here. No, it's good. It's so good that it's even bad. And so bad it's good. Interesting. It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Is it explicit though? Like, explicit that you can't show on stream kind of deal? I did see, like, randomly... Is it explicit? I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan. I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Alright, cool. Yeah, but that's weird though, because, like, it's a tall candle, so he was shot, like, diagonally upwards then. But Van Zieks is tall as hell. So then how does that happen? Unless Gregson is massively tall there. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's wrong to assume it's actual bullet, maybe. Has to be a headshot then. Maybe. Also, redhead wig? Suppose this is where the victim... One bullet has to be shot in the heart or head, yeah. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly where it was found. Former Inspector Gregson himself was already taken away, and would probably be under Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. In the shape of the rope, it would appear the inspector was curled up in a ball. Yeah, he wasn't shot in the head then. He had enough time to curl himself up, so he wasn't shot in the head. Are you feeling alright, Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's a rope, but... Well, it comes up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Sato's son is strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Gregson bawling. Ha! How did it hit the candle? Yeah, only one gunshot was heard, though. We'll see. There's a redhead wig. You came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funny enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece. I suppose the fact it's right there next to where the body was found, it means we have to accept that Gregson wore wigs, does it? Yeah. Gregson was... Okay, so the redhead thing is gonna be important at some point as well. In such flame-colored red, too. Yeah, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere. OBS style, you're just buffering. It looks fine for me, so probably just you. It seems fine right now for me. So probably you? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Red hairpiece has entered a court record. Anything to see underneath it? Nothing. If it's not important, you can call it a red herring. Ha! Ha! Probably. Yeah, kinda got scores, but don't do that. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? It's on the floor here. Do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record as evidence, just in case. I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way. Policeman figure has been added to court record. Let's take a look. Maybe there's a detachable head. Maybe the head is maybe it's detachable. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about that charming part, but yes, you're right. The head looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and round for fun. Someone was in a hurry after shooting Gregson and this was in his pocket. Maybe. Should we twist it around and around too, for fun? Oh. Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Policeman has a key-like shaft to pop off on the base. Alright, it's a key then. Alright, we could maybe use this for something. Alright, the gun. This is presumably the murder weapon then. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's no only to know for sure, Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'm looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. So maybe just ask someone who might know, I think. Killer's revolver has been added to court record. Okay, let's ask Strongheart. Alright, who's this person? Oh, it's a photograph stand. Suppose it's been a picture of Inspector Gregson's family members. Oh, is it your mother? What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out your head. They are, look. Naruhodo, quickly. Oh, no. Gregson's Wait. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Oh! It's Thing. Vigil. Mrs. Vigil. Why is she here? Of course you're familiar. We only met her this morning. Ah, it's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. Framed photo of Mrs. Vigil added to the court record. Maybe there's a key behind it. Let's see. Oh no, we can't inspect it. But yes, Vigil. She has the same beauty mark. Yeah, she has the beauty mark, so... She looks younger. She looks a bit younger. Young Miss Vigil. Yeah, Mr. Vigil was involved, that's for sure. Mr. Vigil was involved. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would feel otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. What's this then? Some sort of notice board or something. Absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Naruhodo, look. This you mean. It's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here, and these are prison inmates. In fact, there are all sorts of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Remain the possible moments is the truth, as Shom said, yeah. It's probably Gregson's hideaway then. Secret base for Gregson. Occupying this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Alright. It's Gregson... Yeah, Gregson's thingy. Somebody's very haphazard nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? Could even call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. Photo on the wall to commemorate something. If it's this Vigil, could be that either Vigil couple used to live here, or Mr. Vigil visits. Maybe. It could be Vigil's place. Oddly enough, it could be Vigil's place. Maybe. We could ask Miss Vigil if we see her, but we'll see. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Miss Natsume now. Right, let's go to Strongheart real quick then. Let's ask Strongheart about the gun. 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. You hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Is it Kazuma? Yeah, Kazuma's good. We're gonna fight Kazuma. We're gonna fight Kazuma in court. We're gonna fight him. We're gonna fight him in court. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Yeah, we're gonna fight him. We're gonna fight him in court. Let's go. I love Buffer because I'm actually invested. We should at least do some of the court case today at least. Ah, your time is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. Yes, Strongheart's theme. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have been done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to the one thing. The unavoidable accuser of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. Does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. Okay, he wants... This is a final opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? You have even less time, yeah, because they're in a rush to get every trial done. Because of the symposium and everything going on, and like, the Scotland Yard is like, and it's like, getting stretched. Mr. Asogji here, will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Alright. Now we're gonna fight Kazuma. Let's go. Wait. What? Kazuma. Maybe VPN missing internet. I can't tell. Buffering. Damn. Good luck. Hopefully it stabilizes over there. Damn. As I'm aware, show you, he's a very capable practitioner of the law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Alright, show me the gun. Let's hit the bullets first. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know little about them. Someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on these things here. Okay, yeah. Show the arm. Oh, the armband. Let's see. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? No. He doesn't want to talk about the armband. Yeah, Kazuma missing. Did we know he was a prosecutor? And shouldn't he be held for questioning? She was presumed dead. I mean, Strongheart is the one pulling the strings here. So I think questioning is already fine. The whole thing with being a prosecutor, he was Lord Van Zeek's apprentice for 3 months. So we know that he was training as a prosecutor. So, yeah. It's not, like, surprising, since there was the pieces in place. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. That's the real reason. Okay, give me gun. Okay, fine. I think someone else then. He's going against Van Zeeks, yeah. Alright, fine. Not you then for the gun. Someone else that knows guns. Maybe Van Zeeks then. Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Alright, he wants him to be convicted. He wants him to be convicted. Maybe, like, we can find, like, Van Zeek's DNA on the crime scenes. But, like, I don't think Van Zeeks did anything. But he wants to, like, use like, DNA stuff. Pigeons get scared, yeah. If Strongheart is responsible, Van Zeek was talking too much from the spotlight Scotland Yard and how a single man was more effective than the police force. Maybe. That could be a motive. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it would mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Cosmo-sama? There are surely many other skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? Why? It will become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Oh, he's got dual swords. He's got dual swords. He's got his katana, and he's got the normal sword. My guy's dual wielding. Return the band. We're not talking. I want to, but we're talking to Strongheart, not Kazuma. That's the problem. Well, the Reaper appears to be turning down offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotaba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and unexceptional in every way. Doing can be difficult. Yeah, we have no swords ourselves. Engage Sekiro mode. We got 1v2. Ha! It'll be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as judiciary closing ranks. That's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. I want to see them smoke. The killer's gun. Oh yes, we noticed there was a... Oh, okay. Never mind. We talk about the gun without presenting. We just talk about him. I got suspended for 6 months. Pretty much. Last case was our first case back 8 days ago. 8 days ago was our first case in like 6 months. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo, be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. Maybe it's Gregson's gun, though. In that case, it could actually have been... Yeah. No, Gregson had his gun in his person. What about Lord Van Zeek's? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But it's just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's. It's no proof it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeek's. Alright, so... Alright, bye, you traitor. Okay, now we talk to Gina again, I guess. Let's tell Gina about the gun. No. Okay, no, nothing. Where's something that happened? No, okay. I guess we go back to Sholmes then. Maybe Sholmes has something. Cosmo cheating us with strong. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Maybe go prison and talk to... He ain't talking to us. Let's go to... Sholmes then. Maybe he has something for us. Nope. Iris? Nope. 420p not enough. Nothing here. Let's just to Zato. Okay, hotel. No, wait. Professor Mikuta was obviously trying to relax in that settee there. Father has only just arrived after a very long voyage from home. And tomorrow he will speak at an important symposium that will garner the attention of the whole world. He needs a little peace and quiet now. Alright, fine. It's only really my thoughts, but let me have them first. Oh dear, perhaps my brain works too quickly. Alright, I guess we go to... Where do we go then? Maybe we try talk to... Maybe we try... Van Zeek's my new best friend. Okay, we can't even... He won't talk to us yet. Fresno... I don't know, you maybe? No, you won't talk to us. Okay, fine. Maybe we present something to you. Examine. Oh, talk to you then. Yo, Kazuma, let's talk. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it's all right now. Is your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Yeah, let's see if we can. Let's see if we can. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where destiny awaits. Okay, yeah. There's like a part of him that still remembered to go to London. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Ah. Okay, yeah, we can't give him back his band. It's not like we can glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Why? Because we can't defend him. What's wrong? Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Before you go, Rinosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama? What? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change your own justice system. Our own. It was your dream and Naruto didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? Okay, okay, what was your purpose? What was your hidden agenda? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is the trial we're proceeding tomorrow. I'd like to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As a defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Ah. That's Lord Van Zieks and Gregson. In a photograph that must have taken some time ago by looks of it. And who's this third person? That's I forgot his name? Yeah, his brother. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper... Clint. Yeah, I think Clint. That's it, Clint. You might find that straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Gregson's photograph has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. Why are you giving this to me? Just hurry, Rinosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Alright, bye-bye. Let's go to Kazuma now. I mean, Van Zieks. 1st November, local prison cell 1. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've gone through quite some time though. It was incredibly slow reader, or it's incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I'll give you a discount. I'm typing to you as I'm buffering. I don't know if this is making... Okay, fine. I'm blinking twice now. Well, that's a lot, but... I blink a lot. I don't realize I blink, but I blink a lot. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese. Our English is better than... Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading it to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less. But I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi. That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Let's present this to you first. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where'd you get that? He was so happy and young. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man that left there... Yes, that's my brother, Clint. I won't be taking the case for you, Ben. I do it for a chance to do Kazuma. Ha. The details have been added. Okay, yeah, it's Clint. It had to be, really. He's just smiling through his teeth. He probably doesn't have like a natural smile, but like, he was young and happy back in the day. Apparently this picture was displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect. That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Jean Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and such lofty subject matter. 29. Ha! There was a nice glimpse in the past, I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. He's a nice guy. Like, can we show the gun to you, maybe? What's that? It's just some... Okay, never mind. He won't give us info. Yeah. Alright, I get the message. But I don't see what's illegal about me asking. A ransom note, but I haven't been informed of 28 demands, 29 demands more. Ha. Okay, Asogi. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma Sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true ID from the outset. But what could have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from amnesia. Oh, he's on holiday, isn't he? In China. Why would Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Nipponese. Gee, thanks. Right, your hatred for all of us Japanese. Inspector the Nipponese Bane. Oh, that's it, yeah. Only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to investigation of as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. I see, but none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. I see, yeah, he got shattered by it 10 years ago. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the abscribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by ascribed prosecutor? What sums 10 frames per second? The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mayo Strongheart. Oh! Okay. I wouldn't normally allow by legal described prosecutor. Okay, Strongheart was a prosecutor. He was originally meant to prosecute. Wait, what? Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor. We agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since the time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah, and, of all things, as a lawyer. Can we see Van Ziek's dialogue? Yeah, sure, what's up? What's up? Yeah, but yeah, Strongheart is the prosecutor, was the prosecutor in charge against, up a bit. Anything higher up? Jeez. But yeah, Van Ziek's got shattered from the case, that's for sure. He respected like Asogi, but then it's like, nah, this guy turned out to be the criminal. My brother's dead. Everything gone to shit. I felt your animosity the first time I faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was logical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. I see. I can understand why. Now I know the history. Alright, yeah. But in the same way I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. To Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The reaper who sent his father to the gallows. Damn. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. Kazuma seems too noble. Kazuma seems too noble about it though. The Zeeks know that Asogi wasn't hung. I don't think he knew until last case. He found out at the same time as us, pretty much. I don't think Van Ziek's, properly gave notion to the whole rise from the dead thing aspect. So I don't think he thought of it, but then he found out, like, bruh, what? He's alive, and then he that sort of thing. I don't think Zeeks believed that the whole tabloid story about rising from the dead. So I don't think he knew that his death was faked initially. You're Inspector Gregson then. Gregson's transfer to the Paris had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? He arranged it. I think, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh no, okay, never mind. The Paris police welcome an English detective is almost inconceivable. Oh, my chat's not showing up. No, I see you now. I see you now. Hi. I see you now. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. Or maybe he was worried about Gina. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Your other two paragraphs. No, sorry. No, I didn't see, no. One sec. I didn't see it, no. I don't think I did. You hear that? We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. Someone as rational as Zeke's wouldn't let that hate really become that rational. I feel it's not in character. I mean, I think he's like deeply scarred. Like he was keeping it bottled in, like for 10 years. So I could imagine it honestly. Like, you know, it just exploded when he saw Ryunosuke, pretty much. Like he's deeply he's deeply traumatized by 10 years ago. So even he himself says he knows the hate is irrational, but like, you know, he knows it's irrational, but emotions, you know, all that stuff. Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Ah! Oh my, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? If I say insert any type of person kills someone I love, I'm not gonna go blame that group of people. Yeah, like, he knows it's irrational. He knows it's irrational. That's the thing, he knows it's irrational. He knows it is. He knows it's irrational. But like, you know, humans can be, you know, irrational. Although he was considered desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed, my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determine it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords. As a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the Inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. Your gun. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah yes, that's not mine. Really? Because some common opinion seems to be that it is. Qualifiers who work despite emotions. You can be 101 on your emotion, you still have enough willpower to do something that would reduce or increase an emotion. Depends, but then vice versa. Vice versa, like, emotion can take over as well. Vice versa. What do you mean? What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. And embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh? I was issued a revolver when I first became prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it away somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks, after all, Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this, Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good. So what? Van Zeeks literally just lost it. Or maybe he's being set up. Maybe someone stole it to set up this scenario in the future. Maybe someone stole his gun to set up the scenario in the future, pretty much. Maybe. I feel like someone stole it. Someone must have stole it. Yeah. Like it is like party catharsis. Like, it's just a release of pent-up emotions for 10 years. The need for a gun because he's any skilled with a sword. Pretty much as well. I don't think he wants to kill anyone either. So, I don't think he'd use a gun. Because, you know, guns are more lethal. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Ah. Learned clown. Ah. He knows that we want the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. On the very first time we clashed in the Bailey, almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Ah, he knew that. Ah. As it like, what's it called? Isn't like, you know, the Ace Attorney designs, like they're made by like a BL artist or something as well. So the signs are there. 30% discount. Ha. Whoever killed Gregson, the couple want to do is frame Zeeks. Yeah, I think Zeeks is being framed, of course. Gregson was unfortunate enough to be close to Zeeks. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. Critical information. You mean the photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future of hope. Ah. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I mean, Genshin Asogi, like, you know, he was like, he mentioned, like, Van Zeeks mentioned that he was like, he could see that Asogi was like this noble, truth-seeking lawyer. But then, like, you know, having it turn out that Asogi killed his brother just utterly, like, broke him inside. Like, his trust in people, yeah. It must have seen was buffered. We have the court. We have the court case at least. We have the court case next. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? My close friend would kill my family. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Like, he just broke. Like, Van Zeeks just broke inside. Horrifically. Of course I will. It will be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Does it mean they're a good person? I mean, it's more like, you know, you could... True, but you could also trust them. I mean, even if someone's, like, not a good person for being truthful, you don't expect them to be a killer that will kill your brother. And also being, like, someone close to your brother. For Lord Van Zeeks, I mean, to be fair, like, back, like, 10 years ago, Van Zeeks was full of hope as well. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, gets my old friend Kazuma. Alright, let's go. It's trial time. No deduction. No, like, deduction segment, though. We haven't seen Sholmes at all, really, in the crime scene. I guess, I don't know, maybe there'll be more investigation later on. 8:56 AM, the Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Sholmes isn't BS'd around, yeah. Where's that old familiar feeling again? The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. I think so. Sholmes went to dye his hair again. Ha! Can it be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant? A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you certainly not mistaken this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. No jury? So no summation examination? A trial without jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Zeke's theme didn't play when he appeared. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Yeah, no summation, yeah. We're convincing the judge then. To be perfectly honest, it's so much happiness today that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem? It's another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London celebrated a great detective. London celebrated a great detective as active as ever. Yeah, words. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. Travel juries against 6 men of the United States. However, it's London, so fair enough. Ha! And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point in which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And what would be? Yeah, true. We're like 20th century. Your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. Thanks, Sholmes. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Yeah, there was closed courts, yeah. We haven't lost yet. Gina. Oh, she has this now. I didn't realize. She has the armband. What's down her arm? Oh, it's a new one. A morning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I had to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Buffer for the trial, yeah. Hopefully it's fine though. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Although... Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. Look at chairs. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least, that may be some solace to deceased. Please, although... Get whoever did this, for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. Alright, here goes. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. One who's game to kill off the save scum through the trial. I imagine it's going to be pretty hard. Let's see how this goes. 9:20 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, there's no one here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zeeks. Counsel for defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. Be a coward again. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma. It's a different judge. No, it's the usual judge. It's the usual judge here. I'm wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. It's the same one. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. Why are you being so biased towards him? What did you just say? In previous games, I had a few cases where I needed to check a walkthrough to figure out. DGS never happened. I see. We'll see how it goes. I had to do a bit, 1 or 2 bits I had to check out. I know last case, I was confused about the screwdriver at the end. I wasn't sure how that worked. With the, it's meant to be the direction of the blood thing. Yeah, the judge is being biased right now. What the hell, man? This trial's going to be far more far-reaching than Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. But I feel like you wouldn't pose a hard it's over. Oh, that's fair, yeah. Some of them, are pretty rough. Accordingly, there are a closed trial with no members of the public present. Her Majesty's direct order. How would that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. I hope that there is a jury. The jury is a new system introduced for this series, so I hope we see them one more time. But we're now in private mode. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying? Who are these blokes? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings to which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in court now, I'm quite certain. Yeah, we'll probably work together. Maybe. We'll probably work together. This is the reason why I come to Britain. Okay, I see. Enemy of Britain again. Ha! Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. That's a massive ass scroll. Incident took place on the 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was building on flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts. The victim's body was discovered here in the old single-room rental property. These two are not British, take them with a grain of salt. Ha! Yes, Tobias Gregson, a well-known name, very well in this court. Janitor's feeling relieved. Ha! Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of his country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot at point blank range and died instantly. Okay, he was shot point blank. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Okay, such marks are caused by gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, this only happens when the target is at point blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Autopsy report has been entered in court record. Murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Maria Gorey. Tobias Gregson, 45, British, time of death. 5 p.m. I don't know why... Where's the time? It's 5 p.m, but I don't know why it's blank. Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at the point of entry. Exit from behind. The caliber of the gun matches the outstanding issue firearms for the members of the judiciary. Christian next to the candle or was forced up against it. Yeah, so it was a revolver. It was a revolver, so it was like close range. And there'll be scorch marks, because it's like point blank. And then the candle wasn't far away then. He was next to the candle. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Did I check the gun? I checked it already, yeah. Maybe they'll say something else. Let's see. Is it the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary then? Yeah, so when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique... Oh! But as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us it must have been issued long... Oh, okay, never mind though. Because what's it called? Van Ziek's was from 10 years ago. He was a prosecutor 10 years ago. So the gun was issued more than 5 years ago. So yeah, it's an old gun. It's an old gun then. So it's for sure not... It's not new, that's for sure. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was shot at close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall. The candle brum on the wall. The tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. Yeah. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting for the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Okay, yeah. Entered into the floor plan. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's a precious little furniture inside. It is generally in a poor state of repair. Check everything. What is Gregson even doing there? Yeah, we crime scene floor plan, we did this. The frame photograph, we have that. We've seen the model. There's a key that comes out here. There's a key like shaft, and then candelabra. Yeah, that's pretty much. We've seen everything, pretty much. Yeah, we've seen everything from it. We've seen everything. The key. Yeah, we checked the key already. Twist the head, opens up the thing. But we don't have a lock to open up. Yeah, what's that? It's a key, but we don't know what it's for. Just check it then. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. It's a very tiny and simple key. What's that little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Yeah, we don't know what it's for yet. Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed into the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. I mean, it's somewhere to come out. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks. As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. I mean, pretty much, he is the guy. So, I mean, to be fair, we had harebrained last trial right away as well. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I assume, Lord Van Zeeks, you heard the prosecutor Osoji's opening presses. I did. Yeah, his theme as well right away. It's alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why were you there in the court on Fresno Street at the time in question? And what exactly took place? I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. My guy, you're so... Bruh. Trust him, man. Trust him. He wasn't holding it. I don't think he was holding it. He was in the same room as Gregson. He wasn't even holding it, I think. Your formal testimony, then. Witness. Alright, let's see. We need to judge. The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Okay. I picked the firearm up to examine it. The door flew open. I heard a man scream. Okay, yeah. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Okay, I see. Alright, that makes sense. The testimony. Was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would be barely qualified as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It appeared to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. He's acting like a dick. He's acting a bit like he's being a bit mean. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I think there's no contradictions. We just press him. Yeah, true. There's that. Investigating Gregson and my inquiries led to that address. Hold it! Alright, what do you mean? He saw the body. He saw the body after someone came inside. He heard a gun. He went into the room. It was dark, and then someone then came in the room. He heard a gunshot. He picked up the gun. Someone came in the room, and then he saw Gregson. You're investigating this inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, on that day in question, you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? This again. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. Address on Fresno Street was known at 5 PM entry. Why couldn't anyone tell us anything? He has his reasons then. Either that or Strongheart got Van Zeeks to investigate Gregson. You illegally entered the man's room. In Japan, that alone would constitute a serious offence. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell us the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. There doesn't seem anything bad of it.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. No light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 PM, that sun would have gone down. It still would have been reasonably light outside. Trespassing. Hopefully nothing else. Yeah. The room had a window, but was boarded shut. Very little light found its way in the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I would have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say. You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, but I couldn't say for certain. Look, Naruto. Okay, yeah, the oil lamp, but it's not bright enough. There's a small desk in the room just there. I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it. I thought it was the framed photo. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me. I started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard gunshots. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
The other two was burned. Only thing is a small lamp. Yeah, pretty much. So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. What I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. Aha, then could it be the gunshot actually originated from outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh? Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. Someone wore a wig. That was Gregson, yeah. Gregson was wearing the wig. Maybe. Maybe. Or it could be someone else. You say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm you saw somewhat hastily took in your hands. I mean, if Gregson was investigating the red-headed guys, the redhead group, maybe. You heard came from the firearm you somehow hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell. Okay, wait. Then that means, the gun. It turns out the gun he picked up, wasn't actually used. It was just on the floor. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Alright. The door flew open and heard a man scream.
Hold it!
Gun might be Gregson. No. They found Gregson's gun on his person. No. It could be Gregson's gun, actually, yeah. Gregson's gun could have fired, but we found Gregson's gun on his person. It's point blank, true. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stores directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all been given statements saying they heard gunshots. And about the fall of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. And almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then the body of Inspector Gregson was appeared before me. Alright. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Maybe Gregson's body was moved then. Like, the man who came in brought the body in. Maybe the man who first screamed brought the body of Gregson to the room. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground as beforehand? There's no blood trail, yeah. At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. I'll tell the back. Sorry. Do you hear that? Just checking. There's like some construction work somewhere going on. Hope it's not too loud. Other than man fled, examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. No construction. Okay, cool. My mic is doing its job then. How did Zeke's not see the man leave? No, he did see him leave. He said he fled. He said the guy fled. I was stunned to find it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed the merchants. The merchants all came up together. The accused is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. Defendant's lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. Casimer's theme, yeah. Prosecutor Casimer's theme. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabra. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume... Oh, I hear it, yeah. You hear his more peaceful theme inside this more against us theme. Yeah, you hear a bit of it in it, his original theme. But now it's become more scary. Was in the projectile of the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. A problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only one candle has appeared to be struck by a bullet. The bullet is long. You expect someone to have lit all three candles together. This begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because a particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Okay, there was two fires at the time. Candle was hit by the bullet. It obviously went out, but the other two candles would still have been burning. The fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabra. And the accused claimed that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Revival of Prosecutor, by the way. As if devs thought, yeah, we can't put his name in the theme to avoid spoilers, and his theme is still unmistakable. I mean, to be fair, I don't think you wouldn't listen to music of the game before, before playing the game. Like, I avoid, like, I mean, to be fair, like, there is some games I hear the music first before I play, but, like, I've avoided doing that in recent times, so I don't get spoiled. Now, to the next lie. There's more. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying, the contents of the police document cannot be divulged, however. They concluded a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all the documents in that board. Indeed, what is this common thread, Council? Candles were all burned at the same time. That's a waste of candles. I mean, it's a dark room, so, go all out burning candles. It's a dark room. They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zieks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases were ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. In my drinking game, I get shot every time they say 10 years ago. Yeah, now that it's been, like, established, 10 years ago is a big thing. I mean, what about Gina and Gina's case, Albert's case, and Natsume's? Why is it not there on the board? Ah. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and its base of operations. Jumping to conclusions a bit, Kazuma. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. It's his job, yeah, but it's like we can't do conjecture, but they can. We're not allowed to do conjecture, but he's allowed to do conjecture. Like, gee, thanks. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. Why? What? We are defensive, he's offensive. Yeah, but still, it's unfair. It's not fair. But Gregson knows it's... Everyone knows it's him. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. He was shot while all three candles were lit. So they were saying it's impossible to have not seen the body, but how do you cast aside the fact that maybe only two were lit? Maybe, but I think it's more like it's illogical that only two were lit. So everyone can imagine by the Reaper's hand. What? What? I think we're just too stunned. We can't fight back against Kazuma. We're too stunned. We're stun-locked. Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts. What I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his own experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and is formidable. Counsel. I mean, if Van Zieks is telling the truth, then he's telling the truth, innit? You will submit the board that you showed us court's evidence. I believe to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Yeah, he's pretty much saying, like, the Reaper somehow killed every one that got acquitted. Yeah. Notice board. Alright, let's take a look. And now, the prosecution would like to call a new witness to the stand. Alright, fine. We're not going to hang around with Van Zieks. Oh, handprint. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look. Find Gina, Natsume, Albert. I don't think, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the motive would have been that, you know, to serve justice, to kill all criminals. Smudge of some kind, in fact. It looks like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. A bloody handprint on the back. Anything to see here, then? There are details of the whole raft of cases dating back to years on here, aren't there? Paper from 10 years ago is browning of age, look. The most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. It's the same red-headed league advertisement that Shelms picked out. Do you remember? There was a red-headed piece at the scene too. Was Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league then? Alright, nothing else to see here. Besides this bloody handprint. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard a gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. Defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Alright, 3 witnesses. Alright. You again? It's Beppo, again. So, witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Yeah. Alright, Beppo's here. Ah. Would I be right assuming that all 3 of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. Red Riding Hood. Jaunty little tidbits? Go on, absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginno it is. 6 is the price, and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give me the money and see what it is. Pray the man, counsel. Alright. 6 it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, get your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Alright, he just sells gossip. That wasn't worth it. Is that it? We're getting robbed in court. Pretty much. That's not it. It's gossip, innit? Ain't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one. 6 a piece it is, if you're curious. I mean, it's gossip, so... it's just gossip. Yes, what about what is going on at the fat bottom lip of yours? Name me the unusual bruise that's poking out under your collar. Oh! He got choked out. Someone choked him. Next witness then. What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 a pop. What'd you say? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus crackers. Write that down. Specifically, when I tell them they get 100, they could blow up the school. Sure. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What'd you say then, eh? When a 6 part with a 6 for a pop? That's how you hurt yourself, pretty much. Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 600 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special. Only 600 pence. 600? We use guns for that in America. Jeez. It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'll be nothing little about that punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Venus Flycrackers. Oh, Venus. Oh. It's a pun on Venus Fly Trapper, I guess. Venus Firecrackers, Venus Fly Trapper. Alright. Anything to see about this then? Yeah, we got some more witnesses coming in. Nothing suspicious about it. Yeah, there's nothing really there. Have you had an idea, Miss Naruhodo? Something at the end string of the fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's a Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Bang. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing now, though. Almost exactly like... Oh! Gregson was dead for... Oh! Oh! Gregson was dead already. The gunshot was the firecracker. That's why the barrel is cold. Because... Oh, that makes sense. It sounds like a gunshot, yeah. So that Gregson was dead already for a fair bit. Yeah, fake gunshot. That explains it. Think of me. Think all sorts of thoughts. Therefore, I think, therefore I am. Therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator. Get out with it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich, you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. Alright, I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases a day, please. Okay, Beppo's in hard times. He's on hard times now. You have quiet cost here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what's going on and witness the crime. Would be beggared, I thought. Just between us. Gregson was warm. It seems both me and Gina were wrong time. I knew we should have done a blood test. Ha! Yeah, I think... Yeah, so Gregson's been dead for at least a bit. Venus de Milo. What am I to do? What terrible thing I saw. But what I think is... If what we saw is light and shadow playing in our eyes, is any of it real? Alright, cool, Mr. Plato's Cave. So gunshot was firecracker. I mean, the fire from the candles burned a long time. You can get a time estimate, assuming Gregson did go at 5 p.m. No, 5 p.m. was when the body was discovered. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard. Okay, cool. Witness testimony. The witness's account. We saw the whole thing from the start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait. Isn't that you? Wait. You have the same hairstyle. Yeah, he has the same hairstyle as Mr. Vigil. So, what? Did Vigil just get smacked on his lips? Or something? Huh. No. Obviously not her. Him. Less than a minute after Reaper had gone inside, we heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk, quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. Yeah, that's you, isn't it? That's you, ain't it? Surely. Unless it's meant to be a red herring. And it's just that because this guy looks generic. Nah, wait, no. The color's wrong. Never mind. The color's wrong. Never mind. The color's wrong. Maybe. You have the same neck, though. Suspicious. A bit suspicious. They have the same hairstyle. Like, obviously he lost his job, so he's doing like some weird-ass gossip job. And he got his lips smacked and his neck, like, choked out. You have the same neck thing. Either that it's meant to be coincidence or something, but it's a bit off. I was scared after death, me, so I ran to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak von Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. His wife would know what he looks like, since he does come back every day. No, he's missing right now, though. He's gone missing. He's gone missing, like, for like a day. He's missing for a day, so... I know, it's confused. I wonder. He's missing for a day, that's the thing. And like, she mentioned that sometimes he takes time to come home. Because of his job. Obviously, we know he's lying. I don't know, we'll see. Going for a bit. Sure, yeah, take care. Catch you later then. Take care. And between us, folk club stories like this, I've made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. Testimony of the court as heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone could have done it other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a close court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down his testimony somehow. Alright, it's not a long testimony though. So let's see where we go with this. I think we go for the angle that it could be a firecracker that was heard. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything on the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper got inside we heard a big bang. Seems to me the quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to see what happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death, me, so I ran to find a copper. Alright, I think the big bang is our entry point. By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How could I know what a gunshot sounds like? How'd I know? I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this. Doesn't it? Press everything. We'll see. I think this is our entry point though. Heard a noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building. That's right. You got scared by the banging because he sells firecracker. Out of character. I mean, to be fair, the 600 pence ones are loud. Bang, it went just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered the secret hideout. There could be no clearer motive for the crime. Yeah, certainly an eminently credible motive. I mean, why not just choke him out then? Why kill him with a gun? It's too loud. Great. And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct? Alright, I think the gunshot is our entry point. It's the gunshot.
Objection!
Shit. Never mind. Maybe not yet then. Maybe too soon. Oh, true. Gregson had a gun. True. Fine. Too soon to use that as evidence then. Too soon. You have to do that when they say, like, when they're certain it's a gunshot, and then tell them, nah, you're wrong. So the whole thing, how do you see inside a building? When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Gregson and the defendant, Van Zieks. I suppose so. Most of us don't know names of the high and mighty. But I tell you one thing, it was the Reaper that went in last, that's for certain. Did they arrive at the same time? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard a gunshot. So 4:45. Arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem like he'd had forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Oh, okay. Yeah, his hair really well red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids. It is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. But Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the... Yeah, the wig. Where's the trunk then? So, wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Gregson was shot after entering. How did he only heard one gunshot? True. Unless he was dead for a while. The barrel was cold. That's the problem. So maybe he's been dead for a long time. For like, at least a couple hours. When is that correct? What? This have... Oh. The photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Okay, yeah, we need this then. Yeah, that's Gregson. Enter 15 minutes before Zeke's, yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's weird then. A red hairpiece. Of course. We saw on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? Gregson wore a hairpiece though. Why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? Assuming that was Gregson they saw. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. Tidy curled up and there's a hairpiece on the head. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was carrying? Oh, the trunk, yeah. Okay, yeah, there's blood on the floor from him getting shot. He's wearing the hairpiece. He's not holding his gun. But he's dead. What can we glean from here? Oh wait, there's light. There's light in the room. I was informed that no trunk was found in the scene, so it just disappeared. What, do you expect us to be watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Less than a minute after bang. Seems to me quick to talk, quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go see what happened.
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what happened, do you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see. All the signs are that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board behind around your neck and a big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? Okay, yeah, we're highlighting that. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street and Black Widower's arms is just there. Oh dear. You've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper guy in hand over a dead body. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going on off here?" Lord Van Zee claimed he heard was a man scream though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There was a candle burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zee claims not to have seen any lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barak von Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. Unless you're lying, then. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it. I'm no lightly-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Yeah, Beppo, what's up?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head, I am. Just two sides with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Gossip's last statement, I mean. But what I think is, we're all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real Sandwich. He's lying in some way, yeah. He's lying in some way. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. On all fours, just... Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery. That's why... Committed to perjury. Planted my head in that filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? But listen here. Even though I sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Creeper a cold stare. Don't you forget it. Let's get back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, It happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, I slipped over. We can keep it between us, can't we? A pool of blood, yeah. No. Mr. Gossip, I'm going to have to ask you to add that to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Alright. I slipped over and got blood on my hands, but I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Let me press this.
Hold it!
And then I think it's the sign then. You wiped your hand on the floor. Well, who wants blood in his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And they might have thought I'd done it. No ta. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us. Yeah, the floorboard. The board, yeah. It's the board. Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all. Don't come at me all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor, the blood. Okay, yeah. We did a sign now. I wonder, could that be what happened? Alright, we got this now. I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have uncovered a vital clue. Alright, we got this. Alright, present the board.
Objection!
There we go. He has two swords. He can very much intimidate you. Ha! So you wipe the blood from your hands on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during the investigation. What exactly is the defense asserting?
Objection!
Yeah, calm down. We'll get to that. If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clear at the scene. On the back of the notice board. Yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in a stick color of blood. Aye, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere. Hot actual hero.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
I mean, he's lying then. Not at the board itself. Oh. Oh. Okay. In that case, it's quite possible the witness handprint would have ended up there. Look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was opposite the corner of the victim in an upright position. Wait a minute. If you open the door, how do you see the body? Wait a minute. Yeah. Wait. Because the body... When you enter the room, he'd see the Reaper, but there's no body there. Because if the door's opened, you don't see it right away because it's in a blind spot. Huh. Yeah, so there's some weird stuff going on. Had someone been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. Felt that he must have come in, yeah. Assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There is a very distinct, definitive contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it you have formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness account and the location of the handprint is explained by... false testimony. I mean, yeah, like, he's lying then. The witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor, yet no sign of that remains at the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying.
Objection!
Just because it's the simplest explanation doesn't mean the correct one. Rinosuke Naruhodo. I mean, why can't he be lying, man? Because it's posturing perjury simply because it suits you. You bring shame on your Japanese heritage. Why are you being a dickhead? I would ask you not to oversimplify. Oh, I can't wait to beat him up. I can't wait to like get the truth in against Kazuma. I want to like go hard on the truth. I can't wait for that. I don't remember fostering that kind of simplistic thinking in you. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to like just wreck him. Since when were you my father? Anyway, I was taught to consider all possibilities. Then show me. Running for that duel. Honestly, yeah. I want to fight. I want to like, you know, get him to like... I don't think he'll break down, but like, I want to like... I can't wait for us to go on like a barrage of truth. Pretty much. There should be a bloody handprint on the floor, so where'd it go? I mean, then the board must have moved then. I mean, sure, catch it. We'll just punch him. Headbutt him. Grab the two swords and headbutt his head. Or we get Shelms to like drop kick him. 2-on-1, let's go. Or does Susato take down him? I mean, there's no other handprint, so the board must have moved. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. True Bloodborne experience. Ha! It's upside down. Okay, yeah, fine. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? Now we got you. We got you now, Kazuma. One simple fact, when the handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. This means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? We got you now, Kazuma. Get wrecked.
Objection!
Actually, yeah, we haven't seen Kazuma, like, what's it called? With Van Zieks, we have him, you know, tossing his chalice. So we haven't seen Kazuma, like, do anything, like, angrily yet. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is... Pull out his sword, yeah. When you consider all testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the point of the incident, where do you maintain the board was situated? I mean, if it fell down, he put his hand on it. I mean, if the board was... It seems weird. The board is here. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. The board was here. It got knocked down by the door. No, that makes no sense. If it was here, but then he came in, see the body, shit, slipped into the pool of blood. Then he puts his hand down. It has to be nearby the body, because otherwise it makes no sense. Like, oh shit, my hands, run to the board, slam down on it. So it has to be near the body then. It has to be near the body. Oh! That's what... Oh! That's what... Oh! The board is blocking the body. That's why Van Zieks didn't see it. That's why the room was dark. There was candles, but the board is blocking the body. So that's why until the guy came in... Oh, he knocked down the board. It was here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. That's why Van Zieks didn't see it. The defendant would think the test making by the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Using his brain, ha. Makes a lot of sense now. By Eck. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open, just kicked it. Van Zieks was more elegant and he just kicked it. If you look again at the floor plan, considering what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over. Man cosplaying FBI open up. Ha! And making the body's victim visible. Victim's body. Body's victim. There. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh. There we go. Get wrecked, Kazuma. Order, order. Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have relined the board and moved it. So Zieks went in, didn't see the body, there was a gunshot presumably, but my hypothesis is that Gregson was shot before any of them set up shop. Pretty much, yeah. Because the fireworks, the firecracker, can do a gunshot sound. Into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when entering the room. So someone tampered with the evidence. Who came in then? Witness, whatever you say for yourself. What? Me, my lord. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that. But you must know something about the position of the notice board. We don't know. It's a bit complicated right now. How the heck does Venus doesn't know better? I mean, to be fair, like, if it's a gun, you think it's a gun because it's a murder case. You don't think it's one of your firecrackers. Testify again. You explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking with your glasses at me. I got the message. I mean, to be fair, it's like, if you think of it as a murder case, it's like, yeah, it's a gunshot then, sure. I don't know anything about that notice board. I just want my hands on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. Wait, what? What? Didn't you come in and... Huh? Didn't you come as well? Or... I didn't know anything about... I'm just a bystander. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. Right, but you sell them. For a living and you're familiar with the item. Plus it had to be near. True. But like, let's say like... I mean, if you were shown a gun and then you'd think like, oh, it came from that gun then, I guess. Is that replay bet? You got that face that screams bored. I can't see how it's changed anything anyway. The detective still died when he heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and oil lamp boats to see. A meme vid on YouTube about things like, do you eat soup and drink it with Ace Attorney characters? Ha! We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. You don't pay to expect too much. Gee, thanks, Kazuma. Just let them go scot-free. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody from the incident, it makes no difference. He heard a gunshot, maybe firecracker time, maybe. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed the crime was Barak von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel. Alright. Is water wet? Objection. Ha. I don't know anything about that very notice board. I just wipe my hands on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Hold it!
Wait. I thought you reported the police. You're doing business with them. You mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, that's what else? There's the primary school just around the corner to see. Those cheeky little so-and-sos. I've got a plan to blow up their school to Kingdom Come. Jeez. Ha. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, okay, fair play. You have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Fair. Fair play. What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teacher gives me a little bonus to thank him for letting me know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives. Fair. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Doing business but also being a good person. Yeah, but she's playing both sides. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I've never been telling lies, huh?
Excuse me.
Beppo, help us again, please. Beppo, tell us again. What's up? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus' statement just bring something to mind, perhaps? philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Alright, he's helping us this trial. Cheers, Beppo. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm never so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? Ah. In that case, she's not a liar. But then is she a liar? I get what you mean. He isn't committing perjury. Yeah. Last time was perjury all time. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? Come on, Beppo. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You see a tiny disturbing mind behind a sweet innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. In what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Come on, Sandwich. Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old blabbermouth here, headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. The rotten liar over... Yeah, because like, she said last testimony that she went and called the coppers. So, obviously she came upstairs. Haha. Do you mean to say that you did in fact but take yourself to the scene of the crime after all? I mean, didn't we establish that last testimony? The more we pressure him, the more he talks, yeah. What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. The fact that lying means they aren't trustworthy, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Beppo was, like, paid off by, McGilded. McGilded paid Beppo off, to be fair. Redemption arc, yeah. That revelation brought the whole court, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose, perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. Alright.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit of that then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please. As if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I'd look to see if there was anything I could sell. Gee, I could get the place a once over. There was nothing to write home about. Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please. As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. At least Kazuma's helping us in the sense. Alright, then I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. Alright, fine. You're telling us that you did move that board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? She's so casual lying. She's so casual in lying. What, you daft bumpot? I don't believe it. That girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken perhaps to sell. Oh please, I should be lucky. The truth, now. I might have found this old pocket watch on the floorboard, I suppose. Noseboard. But real junk this ain't worth much. Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it. Gina. Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was a present to Gregson from the yard. For a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail. When he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. Oh, the timing! Wait, I swiped it off him once a blimey, and was he upset? He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Wait, so this is where we can establish time of death? It's not all that. Well, I took it to Jabs that night to ask how much it was worth, but that old didn't touch it. Wouldn't give you a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Not about worth as he called it. Oh, okay. This is time of death now. Ah, I knew I should have lifted it. the witness stand is just full. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh please, just as so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. We are so back, yeah. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which means this is why Jabs didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at an hour of 5. Oh, he was killed at 5 o'clock. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, that goes the theory out that he was killed earlier. Before Van Zeek's went. I know, it's weird. Timing is weird. Exactly when a gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Gregson's pocket watch has been added to the court record. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving nosebud has been solved at least. Okay. Is there anything else we can glean from this? Oh, the key! The key! Ah, there's a tiny keyhole here. Can you see? Yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Unusual, don't you think? You need the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel I've seen this? I've seen something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit this hole. It'd be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've found. All right, go back to the figurine. It's Gregson's, yeah. Over time, yeah. Let me check it. Okay, fine. Now remember the key. Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? It could be. Let's try it at once. There's no moment to lose. Yeah, the time is 5 o'clock. Yeah. Alright, what does this do? I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could profound implications. Fighting sound effects. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. So it's not actually broken then. It's just not wound up. Okay. It's just not wound up. And as predicted, I had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Know anything about it. I'm just a bystander, me. Didn't stop at time of death, yeah. Oh, I think we can do Beppo here. Wasn't wound down. Means he would have had to wind it. How long? Wait. Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Naruhodo, there's no question that the bonus board was moved, so somebody must have done it. It did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma's right. Okay, we don't need to know this. We solved it already. The reposition has to hide the body from view, so I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track. I can feel it. So follow your instinct. Alright then. I don't know anything but bonus board. Sneak alongside gossip. Peek into room where it happened. A bystander. It was a Reaper, I bet. I can't see how it was shot. Let me save this quickly because we went through a lot. So in case restart scene makes us like go to the very start of this aspect. Okay, I think pocket watch now. Coward, more like I don't want to waste time.
Objection.
There we go. The watch on Beppo. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At that scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises in which the case has been built. What? Order, order, order. But, counsel, the watch was stopped at exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is when we heard the gunshot. Okay, so maybe it was still working when he died, but then it's like he needs to wind it up constantly. Fourth time I see this conversation is only now that I see Beppo's driver. Yeah, Beppo's the driver from case 1-3. Yeah. Beppo is he was the driver. He's in hard times now. He's gone into hard times. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence, but it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here have all heard gunshots at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection.
What if it wasn't a gunshot? No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. He had to wind it up because then what's the interval? Because you can't just subtract. I guess evening means like 5 o'clock, to be fair. I guess 5 o'clock is when he has to wind it up because that's the 5 o'clock is the evening, technically, I guess. It's a bit hearsay. Only now you realize it's Beppo. It's a bit hearsay, but so is the prosecution. The victim was in the habit of winding the watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, he would have wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Oh, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, aye. Okay, so that means he didn't wind it up. He died a day ago. 2 days ago, then. The evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. He was already dead. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is he was already dead. Okay, yeah, now we established that Gregson... Okay, that works for me then. I was already saying that Gregson... Yeah, because like, the autopsy is missing information. Like, why is the autopsy... Oh no, we've established that it doesn't mean that he died at 5 o'clock. He could have died earlier because he didn't wind his clock. But like, why is there no time of death here? I feel like the coroner is hiding information. Why is there no time of death? Why is it not listed? There's something fishy going on. Why is there no time of death? Time of death what? Time of death 1 2. So there's something fishy going on. Thinking ahead of the characters again, yeah. Like, we're thinking a bit ahead. Yeah, like with the firecracker.
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, yeah. My guy, read the autopsy. Time of death blank. Tell me, what does that mean? Head ass. On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Okay, good. Sasato, thank you. Time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Oh! The blood's... Oh, the blood already... The blood already spilled. It's way too... Why would the blood be at the door if he wasn't dead already? For a long time. The blood was already spreading by that point. Oh no, it's fresh. Oh, fine. Shit. Ah, shit, right. I thought he was helping us. It hadn't dried, so it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend... Fuck you. Why do you mean learned friend? Don't take his vocabulary. I think that fresh blood is available on every street corner. Well, it needn't necessarily have been the human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. Ah! Problem is being researched. At present, you are correct. It's beyond our abilities. Yeah. They mentioned last case, right? That they can't ID human blood. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that wasn't the inspector's blood at all. Unless you are Sholmes. Yeah, Sholmes has the tech. But like, they all like, they don't care. The boy didn't match the blood outline. Ah, I see. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim was already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from their room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is you heard a noise. Eh? Or is it? Ha. Explain yourself, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
Take that!
The firecracker. Something like this. The culprit could have set one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious. The very fireworks that's sold by the witness? Now hold on a minute. You think I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Ah. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of these fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. Oh! Someone wrote in Gregson's diary 5 o'clock. So... Oh... Someone wrote in Gregson's diary 5 o'clock, Fresno Street, to set up Van Zeek's. Oh! It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart then. Because Strongheart tells Van Zieks to do stuff. Maybe investigate Gregson. And then Gregson... then Van Zieks goes into Gregson's diary and sees 5 o'clock Fresno Street. Go in there. Bam. You're set up now. So it's Strongheart then. Well, maybe Strongheart. Did Renosuke... Yeah, he bought it, yeah. He bought it for 6 pence. Well, 600 pence. He bought the firework, yeah. The firecracker. The Venus special, yeah. Did you call it? I mean, Strongheart is mad sus, but... Because that's the only guy that Van Zieks would listen to. Because he's in debt to him. Damn, Van Zieks having his trust getting slaughtered. Like... Van Zieks' trust is getting slaughtered.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gunshot or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and the firecrackers go off. See? This is why people like him. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Wow, the time bomb comes back to be relevant in some sense. Good heavens, a bomb. Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry your phrasing there may lead you to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's whenever you like. That's important. It's a gravity device. Yeah, whenever you like. Whatever you like, whenever you like. A time device. Yeah, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot, not long after Cobra had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create gunshot sound? Do we have evidence for this? I don't see one. The barrel, because it's cold. I guess. The candle. Oh! The candle burning. I can see the candle, yeah. It's the fire. It's the fire.
Take that!
As the core has already discussed, the tip of the candelabra, has been blown off. Indeed. Because it was struck by the bullet, which passed through the victim. Oh, it's the firecracker! Not possible. Why? Because the scorching. Oh, even... Okay. The gunpowder scope are clearly visible in the broken candle. There are? Good. Okay, yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah. Then there was also a scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound. That's right, there was. Oh, but it has to be at point blank range. Ah, it can't. Yeah, the candle would be shot at point blank. Scorching like that only occurs when the target is at point blank. Ah. Which means that the scorching on the candle can possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that fireworks must have been right next to it when it exploded. Or put another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Ah, when it reaches a certain point. Oh. Someone tested fireworks at a point on the candle. After the killer had left the scene, 5 o'clock it burns. So he burned along with the other two. Then bam. Until eventually ignited the fuse, the firecrackers during a loud bang. Alright, we're coming for you, Strongheart. Venus could have sold it to Strongheart, so I made Venus work for him. Either way, yeah. It has to be Strongheart, surely. He's the only one that Van Zieks would go on this wild mission for. How does firecracker not break the other candles? It works out. That's how these 3 witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, let's assume they were strong enough, yeah. Just like, you know, suspension of disbelief. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we were led to believe. The previous day, even. No. Now just hold your horses. All of us lot saw the victim going to the building, remember? Why are you so insistent about it, though? Why are you so insistent? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to. Oh! Yeah, but that's someone... It could have... Might not have been Gregson, then. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this. Yes, a wig. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that the witnesses saw entering the building 50 minutes before the incident occurred could have easily been someone else entirely wearing the red headpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say... It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. They planted the wig. Pfft. Don't laugh. Oh, very impressive. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma. I'm really... Is this theme different? Or is it the same one from last time? It sounds... I think it's... Is it different? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. He's like Edgeworth. Honestly, like, he's closer to Edgeworth in terms of mocking us. He's closer to Edgeworth than Van Zeeks. He's closer to Edgeworth, honestly. After all, I wasn't the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer. I also noticed the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, he's so Edgeworth but more extreme on both sides. The whole justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Alright, fine. Are you gonna be like... Are we going ham now on the justice system? Order, order, order. Prosecutor Asogi. What do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. Okay, if he helps us then, come on. Come on, help us, help us. Oh, fuck. Conjecture? Assertion about the time of death is just conjecture. But, wow, the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct. Due to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with... Why are you calling me learned friend? Why are you calling him learned friend? Pretty much, take a jab, pretty much. One meaning comes to mind, of course. What was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? But do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even with the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? Stop calling us that. You're not Van Zeeks. You're not him. You're not him. He's not really helping, but he wants the truth. He's willing to go over a piece of... Yeah, yeah. What a case maybe investigating. Yeah, I agree. Surely... My lord, the defense believes it can be explained in the court. The case that was being investigated by Gregson at time of death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence suggesting the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? The red head thing. The red hair thing.
Take that!
I believe this red hair piece. What's the answer? At the beginning he's acting. Yeah, maybe. But it does seem like he wants to convict. I don't know. I think he's not... I don't think he's that far gone that he'd want to convict Van Zeeks, though. I don't think he's that far gone. I don't think... Yeah, I think we're being led to believe that Kazuma seeks revenge. But I don't think he is. Like, because Van Zeeks does worry that Kazuma is out for revenge. That he's the bane of his existence. But I don't think Kazuma's that far gone just yet. Test us, rather. Hopefully, yeah. That'll be the good thing. You might assume it was part of the disguise just to carry out an uncover investigation. Surely not. Just a lightly colored hairpiece could only start to be more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. You would definitely have made him stand out in court, in a crowd. Except that is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. Yeah, he's testing us. My guy is like, yeah, I know this stuff already. He's supposed to do his job, yeah. He has to, like, obviously be the opposing force. Like, Kazuma has to act as the opposing force against us. The Red-Headed League is currently investigating for a grand deception. A deception of what, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all London, tricking them out of smoke. Oh, it's a scam. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense caused these two to be summoned at once. 2 redheads. Alright, these 2 then. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. But if Rose was Swiss, I'd assume he really knew that Zeeks was innocent and prove it. Yeah, true. Good point, true. I'm being too harsh on him. I'm being too harsh on Kazuma, but still, yeah. He's being antagonistic on purpose. So it's very likely he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. Yeah, from Sherlock Holmes books, yeah. They're like scammers or something. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. Prosecutors will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me. Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Alright. Sholmes got scammed. Well, I mean, what's it called? They knew that Sholmes was Sholmes. So Sholmes wasn't scammed at least. They were like, oh, are you undercover, Sholmes? And it's like, oh shit, well, alright, bye. They know what I am. They know who I am. One sec, let me check something. Just checking so we don't go over time too much. Let me just check. Alright. Second November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Sholmes. Gina. Where's Iris? Or is she at home? You sure what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yeah. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Probably more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yeah, strange that there's no time of death noted. But there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was deliberate, a mission. Yeah, to get Van Zeeks indicted. If it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you? Yeah. Well, last case was that she was acting independently. Dr. Scythe, last case, was independent. Like, she's obviously hired by... She was working for Strongheart, but she was blackmailed by Drebber to help him, to be an accomplice. But then she killed the guy anyway because he was linked with the case 10 years ago. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound's interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare set of weekly £4 income. and that scent masks the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Sholmes' suite, I mean. She killed Asmund because he blackmailed her too. For longer time. Oh yeah, right. Asmund, right, that's it, yeah. Asmund was blackmailing her, as well. Right, yeah. Because of the, she was embezzling funds. Because he was blackmailing her. Right, that's it, yeah. That key detail as well. That key detail. That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a big tip by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you had trouble with the Red-Headed League. Had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Show how bad the Invisibility Corp was back then, huh? Like, yeah, it's more like there was a big conspiracy with the whole thing, to be fair. The Gregson's own sleuthhound interest was piqued by the rare of a weekly 4-part. I don't think so. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? I mean, I guess the truth. All will be soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over shortly. Yes, you're right. 1 sec as well, BRB. I feel so, yeah, something like that. He was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is he hoping to make me see, I wonder. I think we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Shizato? Yes. November 10th, 1 p.m. Old Bailey. Alright, here we go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again. Resume the closed court of Barak von Zeeks present, who stands accused of murder. Yeah, you'd think the judge would give you something to... Yeah, pretty much. Now then, Prosecutor Asoji. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long after from the local prison by the police carriage. Yeah, very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the court room. Alright, these two. Man, don't eat spaghetti. I'm getting hungry. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names for the court. I am Fabien de Rosal. I descended the great Rosal family from Nice, on France. It's so close to Baron von Karma. There's no way being called Karma is a coincidence. I think it's like it's meant to throw you off. You're meant to like, I guess it's like it's intentional to be like, think that, you know, Baruch is like bad. It's to make you think that Baruch is bad, but he's not actually bad. It's meant to. It's a red herring, pretty much, I think. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first came acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. And this is to right image of a painter model with a hat, red hair, and eating noodles. Ha! Those who graduate from Temzik are the futures of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with the normal blood? Alas. I'm making my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells in my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, Capo? For lows, pretty much. They're just bored as hell. They're bored because they have such noble birth. They're bored as hell. Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Shit. Are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, pompous faker and the other's infinitely hungry gremlin. Ha! We are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Below. There it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo, the furrow and the meaning of your words. The Corps has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is that true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of the deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both had the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. This Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying at Trevi Fountain. Yeah, those dogs. One day the world will expect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in a pillow. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I'll explain the rest. Off key, Mario. I mean, he's Italian. He's Italian. But yeah, it's off key. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you've seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On a date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves as park specified in the advert. From each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Oh. Oh, okay, I see. That's how the scam goes. And moves the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, none. No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-haired folk like a coaster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. These two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I've seen in in the rest of my life. See. And then now, every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Who would do that? Yes. Sholmes, yeah. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of us, these men, have been told any details about this trial. We've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give formal testimony on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. They'll probably get away with it. They're rich. They'll probably get away with it. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall this man in this photograph. Aye, Capo. None. I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Alora, the victim has nothing to do with us. He's literally doing the Mario jump. He's literally doing the Mario jump. No reason to lie. Yeah. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Trustworthy for the wrong reason. Yeah. You've been given sworn testimony. This man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you two have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Baroness, what have I missed? It turns out that Gregson may have died earlier, and that Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So now we got the Red-Headed League people in to ask them questions. What this attitude? We get nowhere, huh? He's really a soaking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. In records entry from Inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident, it reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that when he was killed, that's when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination. It doesn't seem like these two don't seem big game. Now, girl who sells firecrackers may have been selling weapons to children. Also good of sitting off a dead body. I mean, I don't think she was that bad, but these two seem too small fry. They seem too small fry to have been major. They look too small fry. Someone's at park on Lime Street that day, but I don't recall the man in this photograph, Capo. None. I don't remember him. And obviously he is dead now. I sure he was not in the park. We don't have any evidence he was not in the park, though. We don't have any evidence of that, so... Venus punchable. Ha. Alora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. What do you mean by that? Cavallo, you promised to say, Capo. After we had taken all the monies that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. Little me energy. Ha! I see what you mean. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them was the wrong day. Oops. See, but it was an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st. Boff, I have no sympathy for you. We were an old day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It is only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. I trust Glitz more than you. He has never experienced any emotion. Jeez. Ha. Fair. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It is holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me... I mean, I can't change your feelings. I don't think I've done anything bad, though. I can't change your feelings, but I'd say don't worry about it. Maybe I make a mistake. Make a mistake. But when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. I've seen the evidence. Okay. You haven't told us much about what you didn't know. What do you think, Norhodo? Well, if it wasn't Inspector's diary, it seems likely he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. They are experts in deception. If you don't antagonize, you won't. I won't. If you do, then feel the fury. Fair. Maybe lying to avoid being implicated in this case as well. They were truly experts in deception. They wouldn't have been caught. We need some more information. Only bad thing you've done is get put out with a happy mood because I corrected you on something. Corrected on what? I don't recall. I don't recall anything like that, honestly. I don't remember.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all that familiar. No, I don't think so. And this was a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. Your bags and how it's always been there. I don't think there's anything about mood there. More like, oh right, good point. I mean, like, it's like, oh, how'd you notice? And then it's like, oh yeah, because your other designs have it. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I don't think that's a mood. I don't think that changed the mood. It's more like, oh right, good point. I didn't take any like bad feeling from that. I didn't take any bad feeling from that. If that's been on your mind, don't worry about it. Yeah, pretty much. I did not like pessimist. Fair. I mean, I can't help that, but I hope you can not worry about it. I don't like the people who're trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. In between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give core definite. So thanks for noticing, and I said, it's always been there, and he said, oh yeah. I mean, that's fine. That's nothing much, like, I just forgot. Right, good point, like, more of a good point, it's been there. I don't think, it's not that deep, don't worry. It's not that deep. It's not that deep, it's not that deep, don't worry. But he's not going to give the core definite, seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh? I don't remember him. He's obviously dead now, but I presume not into part. It's a joke. Ah, I see. I see. It's a joke. I can't tell sarcasm. It's like sarcasm is like, it's hard to tell tonally with text. But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't remember every single face. How are you so certain? But this particular man wasn't present. Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. But this is an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I did not think I could have forgotten him. Customer said these two had only shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example, fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember his situation. What if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking on the heads of the applicants. More than caviar and smoked salmon. Or a spaghetti. Me. I love the spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo. Si. I've seen it again. Alright, we have to try that again.
Hold it!
Alright, keep trying this point. Wheeze, that's true. Surely then. Okay, what? Not the fish and chips then. Or maybe the detective, maybe. Maybe detective then. Profession. Certainly appreciate the fact knowing the man who had red hair wouldn't help you remember it in this situation. I told you that the man in red hairpiece was actually a detective. Is the man in the photograph a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the papers and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Alright, what's up, Peppino? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? Che? Si. I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you or did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he ever say? About a detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Alright, cool. Now Gregson was there. Order. Explain the vote face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was inspector. There was no such man. My die. What are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like just came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way. So shut up.
Objection.
One of them might be... Yeah, he might be working for something. He's hiding something for sure. Yeah, De Rosso is hiding something. Choc tart. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. Is it Sholmes? No, I was not going to be fooled. I took this obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a no-nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's ID? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his ID for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true ID? Clearly the papers were fake. Sato Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a feat to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. If you ever play on epic mode, no one harder in many people's opinion, not the intended experience. I'll see, yeah. I guess that's the hardest difficulty. We'll see, yeah. You are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. Try hard mode. It's still very easy, but you can swap to epic. I see. It was fantastical. Look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man? He has had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as true Inspector would. I believe it would be prudent for his ID to be in court record. But I like him. ID of the man claimed to be the inspector. Strong heart. I don't know, but like, let's see the ID. Let's take a look-see. Let's take a look-see at this. Alright, let's open it up. Well, I suppose we should see what the inspector's ID looked like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? And of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This is Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and the number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yeah. I think this is genuine ID issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Gregson's ID, yeah. Okay, it is Gregson's ID. Alright. Alright, nothing to do with us. No, because it's his ID.
Objection!
Someone stole Gregson's ID. Meaning for easy to fake it. No, it's actually Gregson's ID though. So, whoever killed him took his ID. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this ID book very closely. Mr. Strayed. Why Mr. Strayed? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her ID to be stolen. I wish she had a voice for that. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League enrollment in day in question was the real Inspector Gregson. Carrying out an... Okay, it was the real one. It was the real one. It was the real one. Just her laws. Okay, it was the real one then. Alright, so he's hiding something. But if the boss had his ID stolen, he would have reported straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Oh, he was killed after that. Physically? Hey, what you were saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible he was killed before he had the chance to report his ID stolen. No. Order, order, order. The defense posits that the victim was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know a nothing. I done a nothing. Put yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? Now I wish I had returned to Italia. Cosmo didn't think that far, probably because he couldn't go any further without meeting those guys. Yeah. So now he's getting shocked as much as we are. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lummy, stop your whining and start talking. The scream. Yeah, that's the one that we saw. That was with the with U and E. Yeah, that's the one from. Yeah. They were around during. They were in Sholmes's place. Like Gina arrested them when Sholmes got them caught. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know a nothing there. I done a nothing there. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again. About the ID papers and the precise circumstances which you came by them. For crying out loud. Testimony, alright. The truth is, you took him prisoner and kept him for the night as a secret hideout. Oh. You took him prisoner and kept him in the night in a secret hideout. I didn't think he was a real detective. I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's ID from him and shot him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent a night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. I think they're both guilty. It's just that the left one is more keen on hiding things. The Frenchman. You imprisoned the man? But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, Capo. It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Uffa, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the day of the ferry wrong. By a little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. I don't think they killed him, no. They don't seem capable of killing. No. Per favor, Capo. It's not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back in prison, gentlemen. Ugh, I don't believe this. How could it have happened? I've been a real detective. Counsel for defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his pair's hideout. Alright. Where'd he go after that then? You let him go. The truth is we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at secret hideout. Was he that bad? I mean, he was physically apprehended. You guys what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first time for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I've told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It's inspired idea by the capo here. Impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. Hey, capo. What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? It was in the house described that you did confine Gregson, was it? We have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. Doesn't quite add up though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? None, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Okay. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. We took the man's ID from him and shot him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next one we let him go. Alright, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Boff, it was nothing. It was just a minor incident. The false inspector, it was a real piece of work. Hey, capo. What happened? Uffa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through a ventilator. Oh, he tried to vent. Can you blame him? Gracie looks disgruntled. You didn't take him too seriously, but enough to knock him out and spend him sleep. Yeah, someone in the room next to him. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were already renting out the place, so they had a spare room. I guess they sleep in the same room. Can you blame him? We chased him, Bienza. Then we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think you are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Alright, what's up, Peppino? Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Me. Something Mr. De Rossi just seemed to make you, well, It seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavallo, at times like that, you don't wanna have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from the personal experienza. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have a business to prove it. Hey, capo. Bruises? Bruises, you say? Wait a minute. You wanna see me fantastical bruises? That is enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Wait a minute. Gossip. Wait, so maybe Gossip was acting as Gregson. Because why does Gossip have his neck? What to do? I gotta show you or I don't. I gotta show you or I don't. I don't. You do. Now. Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see, it's still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to house? You know, guy from Super Battery, kind of. See, the capo, sometimes he's a very rough. You know what, so... British agent in the German BBC show, so we all speak English. I see. It was Gossip, but then how does that explain Gregson? Maybe Gossip was being told to impersonate Gregson. Peppino's neck. It's nothing to do with what we're talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Council? About the red ring around De Rossi's neck? I wonder. Does it matter? It's important. A pope in... Yeah, I thought it was a pope. Mr. Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you. Amend your testimony about the mark. Aye, Capo. You see, everyone is interested in why you say, Ugh. Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. Rossi. See, if you really want to know. Yeah, Vigil didn't arrive. Oh! Yeah, Vigil is Gossip, and Gossip was acting as if he was... Yeah, Vigil is Gossip, of course, and Gossip was acting as if he was... I don't know, yeah. I see. That makes sense, actually. So what do we give, then? That, for the neck thing. Let's just press.
Hold it!
How do we bring up Gossip here? Are you saying that red mark was caused by... See, a big collar made from leather. Naples. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. De Rosso? What? We had a St. Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time. It was a very strong chain. A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. This guy's a I see. You did not have to tie the chain to a leg of the bed, Irvo. I would not try to run again. You didn't have to do that to Gregson as well, did you? Treat people equal. Wait a minute, Gregson doesn't have it. It's not Gregson, because Gregson doesn't have it. His neck is fine. His neck is fine. It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. Capos are tough, but the capos are rough. Ugh, I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the Inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, huh? The capo here. You don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the Inspector, it's not so bad. Okay, yeah. Gregson doesn't have it though.
Objection!
It's Gossip. Gossip was the fake Inspector. The Gregson body discovered Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while incognito. No, none. It was not like that. It was already a prison. It was invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What consistency is this, counsel? It would ask the court to look at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Yeah, Gregson's neck is fine. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruise on his neck, just like I have. Given the mark is still clearly visible on his witness neck. I have good nose mask. I see. On his business neck, we expect to see some bruising on the victim, who was put in a collar more recently than Mr. Rossi. Indeed, that is peculiar. What we tell you, we say this from the beginning. Many times, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is some different man to the man we had captives that night. It's gossip. It's gossip. It's gossip. Order, order, order. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park posing as the incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's ID? This is genuine. This is by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution makes the assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in the diary that day. This surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. Alright, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead now. They're not there at the point of thinking gossip. Notable defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson, whom these two encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. Yeah, we're not arguing dirty for it. We're literally trying to find out. Yeah, pretty much. Equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's ID? Does that defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely those occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Naruhodo, because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true ID of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Who is the person... is gossip. An imposter. Imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable fact point only to one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person that these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument as up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
No, because they took his ID. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? Imposter among us. Ha. There's no bruising on the neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park carrying Gregson's ID? See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not as arse as you say, huh? And who was that Afoso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true ID of the man these two imprisoned that night. It's gossip. Counsel for to elaborate post states, who did the victim witness encounter that was thingy? It's, gossip.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... One of the witnesses who was in the stand this very court earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's ID papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this is the man not for the Red-Headed League, right? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Yeah, bruises are better. We saw the bruises was there. And probably yes, but the undeniable fact remains. Oh, his lip is big because he's hiding his identity. During testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that gossip be brought back to the stand. Order, order. Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately. Yeah, I think... Okay, we'll get the twist that gossip is... Thingy. Mr. Thingy. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this meat. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? I summon about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? I'm gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rosso and De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Maybe we have a choice. We are in big trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Testimony time. Alright. Testimony. Alright. The inspector and the ID revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see. You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I'd never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Look at me, eh? Does it look like I can carry off a disguise with a face like this? I know you have to present the photograph, but we don't know... I don't know which one to do it on. We have the wrong man. The moment when the judge said it's testimony time. Alright, yeah, he didn't say that, but I just like sped him up. I've been telling you, there is no need for pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember. Fresno Street's all I know. How could I have come by? Please inspect this ID book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Naruhodo. And so does he. He trusts you. Alright, you're definitely Thingy. The man who claims the inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see. You'd be long forget those grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I'm no kinfolk or nothing.
Hold it!
You mean you have no family? No, none at all. I spend my days at Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us, that eventually someone with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fellow to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me lips. That just seems painful, man. Like, it just seems painful. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how I think I could do that. Just look at me, eh? Doesn't look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this.
Hold it!
It's either that one or the other. Maybe you could, say, with a moustache or a beard to cover that lip. Aye, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assume you meant my lips are unremarkable, entirely unremarkable, and I would think because discriminating looks in my direction, counsel. Sorry, my lord. And my intuition got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Grayson did wear a moustache, of course. He did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself. You could hardly have hidden a crumb in that mustache of that size. Anyway, the detective we spoke had no facial hair at all. See, the capo was alright. He was clean shaven. It certainly seems beyond the Shadow Realm's possibility that he didn't disguise himself. The humor. Yeah, I like the humor in this game. Yeah, it does and it is. It knows when to, like, tone it down when it's, like, major serious. What's your feeling, Naruhodo? Well, what gossip says is undeniable. I'll need to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck's equally undeniable. Identical to the Rossi suffered, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Okay, do we need proof then? Okay, let's try this Fresno Street one, just in case. But I think it's the next statement. So, you never heard of the You've heard of the Red-Headed League. You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. And I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Yeah, I think the photograph, yeah. It's just which statement do we send it to? He does have a red nose, if it counts. Who knows? But you can see, my own hair's got a hint of red on it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town.
Is that so?
Okay, we got...
Excuse me.
Okay, cool. I was gonna submit, but cool. We got something here. This is the result. We? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's word just lead you to remember something? It was the other day, and I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. The headquarters of your Red-Headed League. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip? With housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his, and they were clearly discussing terms. Oh, it's Gossip's place. Maybe he's been so obsessed about the case. Right, maybe Vigil was really, like, obsessed with 10 years ago, and he blames the Reaper for him losing his job. Maybe. You're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. It's only the same face. No, the capo is right. I remember that too. He was a pain in the rent with a banknotes. With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the man name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this is a man, he lies. He tells you that he has a no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see. Oh! Yeah, it's his apartment. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. He rented the room, yeah. I think Boone is a fake name, but he rented it. Do not invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. Names shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Objection!
No, don't redact it. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good great. Yeah, my guy, did you forget? Are you forgetful, Mr. Judge? Are you paying attention? It happens, my lord, that name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Why never? In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Yeah, he just forgot. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case. Aye. So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to be blow me on trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. Also, I want to be before the grub little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? and once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent of Lime Street. I remember now. There was 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is vulgar, is it not me? Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder of Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered, has been here under their noses all along. I read the room where that fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes?
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. Why do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. But how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police have access to. No, that board is not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. Just carry the board in. Only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. Desk, chair, and all that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me to no end to bother, to be honest. Okay, yeah, I think, he must be obsessed about 10 years ago. Isn't that Mr. Boone? The robber is little known by his room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm to undo this man. I'm all alone in the world. Oh, right. But who the hell is this then?
Objection!
Who the hell is this? If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting this room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Okay, this first time we've had, like, an amended statement, where we go back and attack another statement. Like, no... For this game, like, we've mostly, like, attacked amended statements and not, like, gone back on an older statement that contradicts that new statement. Show the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know that, you mean. I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on the case. Because it's simply not possible. He pronounced it Gregson.
Objection!
Yeah, no. How can he be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise can ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
Nah, he's fake. My guy got Botox. What if we were to look at this the other way round? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? That currently he's in the disguise. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. What he says next could lead us to the photo, that Mrs. Vigil will give us. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Yeah, it's, he's Mr. Vigil. Good witness. Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true ID must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Boone's ID to the court. No, please. No. Very well then, Counsel. What is the true ID of the peddler who goes by the name Gossip on the street? Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yeah. I don't recall that name, Counsel. KD Vigil. Who is this Mr. Vigil? Ah, Mr. Right, you mistyped. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. Has to do with a certain client of Herlock Sholmes. A young gentleman who came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in the photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Well, of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in his trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where you could find you, of course. Oh, they were detained, yeah, because they have no home. That explains why you're not only able to return home, also able to contact your wife. He's been missing for 2 days. We decided to have a worry. We're for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. I don't have a... What I'm talking about, really. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, sponge, and a washboard at once. De Rosso and De Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Ah. I mean, don't get the bailiff to restrain him? No, stop. Get off. Give him a bath. Give him a bath, pretty much. Make him take a bath. Oh, fake lips. I guess to be fair, like, animation-wise, just have the other two witnesses hold him down for the animation. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Yeah, pretty normal-looking man. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. It has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it. See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League's enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before De Rosso and De Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather... was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Berkeley Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? If something happened in real life, there's no way attorneys would ever be determined to figure this stuff out. Yeah. I think that's what makes, like, these attorney games, like, they do emphasize a lot on, like, find the truth. Like, you know, find the truth. Don't just settle for, like, the easy explanation. Like, find it. Even, like, when it's, like, we're winning. Like, find the truth no matter what. Even if it is advantageous to just let go. Even if we're gonna win it. Find the truth. It's pretty much the message behind this. Like, it's one of the core messages with this game, that's for sure. What on earth have you been doing peddling little tattletale? Yeah, Federal Street. Well, it's been 10 years since Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. 10 years. Take another sip. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Berkeley Prison 10 years ago? 10 years ago. So where did Hugh Boone come from? Nice sculpted face. It's like, the funny thing is, like, describing as having no distinctive facial features. Like, he just looks normal. His nose is like, yeah, his nose is really like chiseled. Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Alright, yeah, I think he's gone desperate after 10 years. As you say, it was 10 years ago my employment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperate desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares at Fresno Street. Your wife appears to know nothing of this, but she still maintains you are the chief warder at Barclay. I was utterly determined my wife should not know my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. He doesn't mention why. No, we know why he left. It's because of the execution. We know why he left because of the execution with 10 years ago, but we don't know what exactly he did. We know that he helped with the whole faking his death, but we'll see. The characters right now don't, or the judge doesn't. Yeah, the judge. No, we don't. None of us are going after that fact right now. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. Oh, I see. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, you regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. Ah, so instead you decide to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell passing gentlemen, you're at 6p a piece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. How, yeah. What'd you do? That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Gregson? What on earth? It was some 10 years ago, I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. So he didn't kill Greg. I don't think he did. He looks too nice. I don't think he killed Gregson either. He's an accomplice at worst, but when he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. Gregson, man, like, after the last game, he was a bit annoying with, like, his lying. But then it's like, he's actually pretty nice. He was me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. Oh, okay. Gregson got him on this assignment. Yeah, I doubt he would kill him, yeah. Otherwise he'd get no money. I was to impersonate the inspector. Oh, what? Impersonate him? Also what? Gregson gave him... We already met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his ID, so he would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. Oh, Gregson's doing stuff. That's why he's legendary. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A scholar yarn inspector, when if you look at his ID, do you with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. Lazy. I don't think he's lazy. I think Gregson is doing something on the side that he doesn't want people to know about. I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Okay, but now we know. I see, that makes sense why you hid it then. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a... Okay, it really was Gregson's hideout, but not in the way we were expecting it. A second office to him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park in Lime Street was really... Maybe what Gregson was doing got him killed, yeah. Gregson's investigations is what got him killed. Maybe. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with Inspector's ID book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Alright, Gregson is doing something funny. In a good way, kind of, but like, he's got something hidden. Alright. I guess for now we adjourn. We don't have much to go on right now. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's... Oh. Shit. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asoki. He was doing something. What happened 10 years ago? I assume he's trying to find out... Yeah, maybe. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed men named Prison Inspector. That slap. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this murder of the inspector. I think, yeah, he was just scared about being found out that he chokes people. And merci, Monsieur de la Defense, for proving it. I feel like we're at an impasse here, honestly. Like, there's not much to go on. Unless we bring up 10 years ago. Vigil, taking... Oh. Okay, Vigil was the guy that we were told to look for. But it turned out he was acting as if he was Gossip. He's the same... Like, he's not Gossip. It's actually Vigil. Defending Zeke, yeah. Indeed, it appeared that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses have no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. What now then? We're at an impasse. Oh, Asogi? Alright, help us then. Whittled down our clue. Yeah, should we whittled things down now? The red hair thing really was a red herring. Pardon me, my lord. With your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma. What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. Okay, fine. 10 years ago? Okay, now, yeah, Kazuma's now on this case. Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. You heard us talk about this stuff 10 years ago. It's relevant to the case in some way. Yeah. Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. That's why he's being so spicy. Poor Kazuma-san, always acting this way. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I don't understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question will require answer in order to learn the truth behind Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned. Come on, we got evidence, man. We got evidence for this already. Don't lie. You didn't resign. You were terminated. But for some particular reason, my memories leading up to the moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Naruhodo? Source. Kazuma's source. Trust me, bro. Understand? Pretty much. Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yeah, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, but the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering, we feel unable to bear. We block it out, obliterate from our memories, seal it away. Of what he said, I think we will. We'll present not the words, but we have this for dismissal notice. We'll probably give this in as evidence. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't, Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried, it's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Yeah, he's going hardline now. Maybe if I pointed out the contradiction in what Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a core of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the position of your own volition. Well, yeah, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice, ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. Has he forgotten, or did he get lied to? Dismissal notice is nonsense. Or is he the fall guy? Isn't it? Or is he just like traumatized that he forgot? If you were forced to be dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Okay, yeah, he's like forcing trauma to come up, like, on the surface. He's going like, I'll dig your trauma out, even if you suffer. According to the few remaining records, the final execution you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place in Barclay Prison. 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warden at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound okay, yeah, he forgot. He, like, you know, trauma buried it. And yet, the execution never took place. Yeah, because he came back from the dead. The convict, ostensibly executed later that day, later emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery, in the middle of the night, there was a witness. Yeah, we know this now. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of the grave, he was shot. A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes, yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what already happened. It's in your head somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And it's now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. The judge is just watching, yeah. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order, order, order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely these reports were exaggerated. Floodgates have opened. Skill drain was outed. I was gonna make a joke about floodgates in Yu-Gi-Oh! I was thinking of that. Like, floodgate is now a cursed term for Yu-Gi-Oh! There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from the last time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. He was always this limpy, or the old prison system didn't have as many physical... I think he, like, lost weight. He must have lost weight, and, like, a lot, really, to be honest. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. He's suggesting a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. Miss Vigil, she's probably going to be depressed, probably, unless it turns out Vigil was framed for this. I remember now. Don't do depression. Ha. Horror is all coming back to me. I'm getting dizzy looking at him. One evening a few days after the execution, some detectives came to prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He was framed, I think. He's framed. I'm so sorry, Daly. This is a serious business. I cannot help you too. As a chief warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution alone, eh? Well, it seems that fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in prison. He's going faster. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our... Teleport closer to Vigil. and I let him escape, I'm finished. My life is over. Oh, oh, I see. Ah. Yeah, damn. Now he remembers. Jeez. Yeah. Is he dead? Hope he's alive still. Order, order. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Yeah, and Asogi doesn't care. He's like, fuck it. We ball. Course adjourned for today of immediate effect. Alright. Asogi is like...
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Well, Gregson was working with Vigil. That's his link with Vigil. But then also, Gregson seemed to have been looking into 10 years ago. So, but we don't know anything about that yet. Like, but it does seem to be linked.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson.
These are so weak.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Check the ripped. Ha. Alright. I think we can call... Do we save here? Yeah, we'll call it here for today then. Because it turns out... I think it, like, next case is going to be linked with... thing. So, I think we'll call it here for today. I need to have dinner as well. We'll call it here. It's like 1/4 of the case, yeah. So, like, episode 4, episode 5 are both the same case, apparently. So, yeah, we'll call it here anyway. There's no way we can finish today. So, we'll call it here for today. Go to sleep. Bye. Sure, yeah. I have to have dinner. But, yeah. That was... Looking forward to where we go with this. I'm streaming Sunday. I'm busy tomorrow, so Sunday we'll continue this. Looking forward to where we go. Looking forward to where we go. But yeah. What's it called? Looking forward to where this goes. We'll continue this tomorrow. I mean Sunday. Shom's just sweet. Alright. Let's go back to title. Cold pasta. Have enjoyed dinner, yeah. I have to eat as well soon. But yeah. Looking forward to where we go with this game. I hope Sholmes and Iris get some involvement. Like, Sholmes and Iris haven't done much. Well, Iris hasn't done much the last case. She hasn't done much. Just actually, even in this game, she hasn't done much. She was around for the No, not even. Yeah, Iris hasn't done much. I hope Iris gets more stuff to do. Like last game, yeah, she got the 5th case, so I'm hoping Iris gets to do more. And Sholmes, we haven't got a deduction yet, so we'll see. Alright, but yeah. Looking forward to where this goes, so catch you next time then. Sunday. Alright. Bye-bye for now. Take care. Oops. There we go. But yeah, 6 will be Ace Attorney, and then 12 and 13 will be Ace Attorney. Catch you then.